I most certainly am. Looking forward to tonight's show. Welcome into the Voice of College Football, everyone. Great to see everybody online for what should be a very interesting time together as we take your phone calls and, of course, your comments and questions in the chat. All-time program rankings. There is much to discuss and debate here for sure. We have talked about this for years. I have devised various ways to calculate this. I've talked about it with all of you many times. How do you rate the programs all time? What should be taken into consideration? What should be measured? How much should it be measured? Should there be a recency bias? We will go through each category. We will set you up with the top 20, and we will go from there. We will take your calls. So welcome in. It should be a good time talking college football, nuts and bolts here historically. And, of course, we're going to put it into context. So you should know, if you watch us on a regular basis, I will present the data. That's one thing. Those are just numbers. They are numbers that mean a whole lot. The numbers typically tell the story. The numbers typically tell the story if you understand how we arrived at the numbers. If you understand how the numbers came to be, you got to put everything into context. So there is some explanation here. So these aren't necessarily my all-time program rankings. These are my all-time program rankings as a result of the criteria I put together. I will look at these and then I will make a few judgment calls to say I believe that they should be ordered slightly different, but it's pretty close, dead on. And again, we will go through the criteria one by one, 10 criteria, and take your calls, and I will be monitoring the chat. Bring some folks in here with you. Share this video link out on social media, Facebook, Instagram, also Twitter. Bring some folks in here for some solid college football discussion tonight here at the Voice of College Football. We just wrapped up a couple Big Ten shows tonight, Iowa and Nebraska. If you're an Iowa football fan or a Nebraska football fan, please subscribe to our channels. Wednesday is always a big day here at the Voice of College Football. We have live streams featuring Oklahoma, Ohio State, Michigan, Florida State, and Miami. Please check them out as well. All right, I believe it's that time to get into it. So again, we will start out and then we will provide some context to these numbers. All right, let's get to winning percentage. First and foremost here. All right, so right out of the gate, let's get my name out of the way. Let's do that. So this is a video that we produced that we'll have to roll here. So right out of the gate, you saw where Ohio State and Alabama are playing tug-of-war for the best winning percentage of all time, and that certainly has not been hurt in the last 10 to 15 years for either program. Alabama's had the best winning percentage in college football since Nick Saban took over, and Ohio State is close. They are the two that are running at 90+% in the last 15 years or so. So once again, we've got Ohio State at 732, a notch above Alabama at 731. Notre Dame's right there at 730. Michigan 729. If we reverse the clock 15 years and did this again, Notre Dame and Michigan would be in the top two spots, and Ohio State and Alabama would be down around 4 or 5. The Boise State numbers obviously has to be taken into consideration based on the competition of play, and we measured all of college football, including the group of 5. There you see Tennessee, despite a rough post-Philip Fulmer period, at 67% winning percentage, just outside of the top 10. Miami factors in well, despite a rough 15 to 20 years for them. Of course, Clemson is rising quickly up the charts, playing close to 90% football here in the last 7 or 8 years under Dabo Sweeney. So look at that, 732, 31, 30, 29, 28. So the first 5 are all in line with only 100th of a point separation. And then it really drops down to Texas at barely 70%. Interesting to see Nebraska. Their numbers have obviously suffered in recent years. They're barely at 68% and would have been in the top 6 or 7 20 years ago. Georgia rising, of course. And they're in the bottom 5 against Clemson, again, is the high riser. It's also interesting to note, so in 20th place there is Arizona State, just below 61%. So keep in mind that just below Arizona State at 606, you've got, who would you guess? Texas A&M and Virginia Tech at 605. Michigan State, Wisconsin, West Virginia, Utah, BYU, and Georgia Tech all above 58% winning percentage. So those are the next teams off of the grid. And out of them, Wisconsin would have to be the best football playing school in the last 30 years. So Wisconsin, a high riser that's not made the top 20 currently, but they are close and they are rapidly moving their way up the charts. But Ohio State and Alabama, basically a virtual tie for number 1. Also keep in mind that it doesn't necessarily matter if a particular team finished 5th and somebody else finished 6th. It's more about what was the number. Because in none of these categories did it matter where you placed. It's more about what your total is. Because Ohio State received 732 times 2, Alabama 731 times 2 in the point total. So the point total didn't have as much to do with where you placed, because let's say you placed 10th and the 11th place team was way behind you. Well, you get credit for being that strong in 10th place and being, let's say, that much below 9th place, as opposed to just 9th place being given the same measurement and the same weight in every category in 10th place and 11th place. No, it, to my estimation, was much better to determine the strength of that position rather than just you made it in that position by a fraction of an inch. So one more time with winning percentage: Ohio State, Alabama, Notre Dame, Michigan, Oklahoma. Again, you see it's razor close, and even down into the next position with Boise State, of course, playing a different level of football, albeit Texas, the only other 70% winning percentage college football team. USC, Penn State, Nebraska falling fast in recent years. Of course, Florida State had a great run until just a few years ago. So Florida State would be the one team in all of this. Florida State would be the one team that has certainly broken through in the last 40 to 45 years above anybody else to gain a prominent position, even more so than Miami, because throughout the 2000s, Florida State's been better than Miami for most of the 2000s. Florida State just fell off a couple of years ago. Miami's been off its game for close to 20 years. All right, so that's winning percentage. Now let's go to the points given based on where you finish in the Associated Press poll that started in 1936. So this is going all the way back to 1936. And the way I believe it works, I did not look this up, so I didn't come up with these point totals. These point totals are released by the Associated Press. And you get a certain amount of points based on where you finished that season. And I believe the breakdown is simply, if you finish number 1, then you get 25 points. If you finish number 2 for a particular season, you get 24, 23, 22, on down the line. And the 25th rated team in the country gets 1 point. There are only 2 issues with this. So I've got no issues with winning percentage, other than Boise State doesn't belong where it's placed because they haven't played the level of competition that everybody else has. The issue I have with the AP ranking is that, number one, the AP rankings typically are less than great. I wouldn't say that they suck. I was about to say that, but they don't suck. They're just flawed. And that's one of the reasons we developed and started our own rankings, the rankings that actually make sense here at the Voice of College Football, because the AP rankings don't make sense. But are they valid? Do they have a level of validity? Of course. So that's one flaw, is that they don't make sense much of the time. Flaw number two in the AP rankings would be there's no credit given to the teams that are not in the rankings. So what's the difference between the number 25 team in the country and the number 26 team in the country? That much. If you're accurate, it's that much. In fact, the 26th team in the country could be better than the 25th team in the country. And therefore, there's no credit given to anybody past the top 25. So that's the issue I have with the AP rankings, or with any rankings. Even my rankings, I have to cut it off, or I choose to cut it off at 25. But numbers 26, 27, 28, 29, up to whatever, could be just as good as 25. All right, so that's the AP rankings totals there. Again, Oklahoma on top of Alabama and Ohio State. Notre Dame has obviously taken a hit in the last 25 years or so. Michigan as well. USC, not good the last couple of years, but faring well under Pete Carroll. Nebraska's, of course, taken a hit in the rankings, certainly in the last 20 years, but especially in the last 5 or 6. Georgia's climbing fast. Interesting to see Florida State, Florida, and Miami come in successive order. 14, 15, and 16. Florida State, Florida, and Miami. Clemson rising up the charts rapidly. UCLA going the other way. I guess the one surprise would be that Michigan State finished in the top 20 in poll points. Michigan State at number 19 in the poll points. Just ranking below the top 25, we had Texas A&M and Wisconsin, who ranked just outside the top 25. And you guys all know who's been hot recently that's obviously upped their ranking. It would be fascinating to see what these standings would have looked like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. And after we go through all this, and before I take your calls, I'm going to let you know the many ways in which I would make this better. But most of those ways would involve a staff of like 25. Because there's a number of ways to refine these to making them more accurate. I think this is accurate. I think there's a level of accuracy here, but to make it supremely accurate, yeah, you need a staff of 25 people and you need all sorts of computers. All right, on to the bowl games. And these are total bowl wins, all bowl wins. Bama's on top. Georgia at 35. That may surprise a few people. Oklahoma and Texas are tied for 4th. USC, 27 of their 34 bowl wins are in the Rose Bowl. Penn State strong. LSU strong. Tennessee, despite the last 12 or 13 football seasons, rank right around the 10th position in most of these categories. Georgia Tech obviously hasn't won many bowl games recently, and they're still in the top 13. Michigan's at 21, below Ole Miss, who tied for 15th. And there you see Oklahoma State, Texas A&M, and Miami. And I believe Miami's like 1-11 in its last 12 bowl games. So also take into consideration with the bowl victories, as we run them one more time here, Wisconsin, Iowa, TCU, Utah, and Washington State are very close. They are just 1 or 2 away from being on the top 25. Again, that's Wisconsin, Iowa, TCU, Utah, and Washington. Also NC State, but NC State has the distinction as being the only team in contention for a top 20 spot that has not won a major bowl game. And also, Big Ten fans, keep in mind, all college football fans, keep in mind that Big Ten teams that did not win the Big Ten championship and did not advance to the Rose Bowl could not play in a bowl game prior to 1975. So, in particular, that hurts Ohio State and Michigan, because they could not participate in bowl games other than the Rose Bowl prior to 1975, and therefore they've played in less bowl games than their counterparts at places like USC, Oklahoma, and Alabama. Also, the Big Ten had a ridiculously idiotic rule prior to 1975 that if you won the conference 2 consecutive years, you did not go to the Rose Bowl the next season. So if Michigan went to the Rose Bowl in 1950 and then they won the Big Ten championship in 1951, they were not eligible to go to the Rose Bowl again. They could be undefeated in the conference, and the second place team could have 3 losses, and the second place team would go to the Rose Bowl. Yeah. All right. Next up, major bowl victories. So we know that some schools have feasted on the likes of the Independence Bowl and the Blue Bonnet Bowl and the Garden State Bowl and the Cherry Bowl, and others have won major bowl games. Alabama's still on top with 31. SC at 29, Oklahoma at 23, Ohio State, the other school, above 20, and Texas at 19. And there you see the rest of the top 20. Of course, again, Nebraska has suffered mightily in the last 15 to 20 years. When is the last time that Nebraska won a major bowl game? I think that would be 1999. So Nebraska's in the top 15, and they haven't won a major bowl game since 99. Texas won the Sugar Bowl a few years ago, but besides that, they've been out of it for about 12 or 13 years as well. And we'll run those major bowl wins again here. Bama 31, USC 27. Those are all Rose Bowl wins by USC. Oklahoma 23, Ohio State 21. Of course, those two programs have done well in recent years. Penn State, LSU, Georgia, Nebraska. You would think that Georgia's off and running, Nebraska not. Florida State won its last big bowl game in the 2016 Orange Bowl against Michigan. They're tied with Notre Dame. Georgia Tech, there they pop up, the Yellow Jackets, with 10 major bowl wins. And the last one actually was at the Orange Bowl in 2014 against Mississippi State. But besides that, it's been downtime for the Yellow Jackets. You may be surprised to see Stanford pop into the top 20 in a few of these categories as well. Just off the board of the major bowl wins, Texas A&M with 7. All right, conference championships. This is probably the most inaccurate list. Not that the list itself is inaccurate. I didn't intentionally put 37 when it was supposed to be 24. But you've got conference championships coming from all sorts of places. And you also obviously have the issue with Notre Dame. They've never played in a conference, so they got ditched however many conference championships they would have won. Part of me wants to say, you know what, join a conference. You can't win a conference if you don't belong to a conference. But this is a measurement of all-time greatness, so there's an issue here. Also, let's say, for example, in the ACC, Florida State has by far been the most dominant team since joining the ACC, but they don't have the most conference championships because they didn't join a conference and were independent until 1992. So again, if I had a staff of 25, I would put some criteria on this. First and foremost, I would make it conference championship percentage. If you were in a league for 50 years and you won 10 conference championships, then you would be given more credit than the team that won 11 conference championships in 100 years. So these are just total conference championships, regardless of the movement. When we go through the list, start with Oklahoma at the top. They've basically been in the same conference for their history. Nebraska, man, can you imagine what these numbers would look like and these lists if we were doing this 20 years ago? Nebraska is number 2 in conference championships. And Nebraska has not won a conference championship since 1999. They've not played in a conference championship since their first season in the Big Ten. And they played in the final two Big 12 championships and lost both of those to Oklahoma and Texas, even though Nebraska fans would argue that Colt McCoy didn't throw the ball in time to get it out of bounds to set up the game-winning field goal. But it's pretty astounding that Nebraska's got 46 championships and they're only 4 back of the top spot. They have not won one in 23 seasons, while Oklahoma during that time has probably won 10, 11, 12. And keep this in mind as we look at this one more time in terms of conference championships. Michigan 43, Ohio State 40. All of those are in the Big Ten. Think about this. Since 2004, Michigan's won 1 Big Ten championship. Guess when that was? Since 2004. Michigan's won 1 Big Ten championship. Ohio State's won 11. So that tally just 17 years ago would have been 42-29. Now it's 43-40. There we see USC, Bama, Texas. Texas, of course, playing the Southwest Conference, and now the Big 12 and on to the SEC. Utah's been in a bunch of Group of 5 conferences, and now in the Pac-12, and they finally won the Pac-12. But those Utah championships are a bit tainted in comparison to everybody else with 27 championships. I was surprised by Colorado with 26. And again, BYU and Boise State with their 23. That's not necessarily an equal representation against the field. Minnesota has won 18 Big Ten championships. Wow. But the Gophers have not won one since 1967. Texas A&M has 18, but much like Nebraska, they have not won a conference championship since 1998 in the Big 12. They've not won one since that in the Big 12, nor in their transition to the SEC. TCU, much like some other schools, Utah, you got to look at their numbers differently. They did not play in a major conference from 94 to 2011. Duke in there. And the last Duke ACC championship was in 1989 with Steve Spurrier as coach. And again, take into consideration, especially Notre Dame, but also Penn State only has 4 Big Ten championships, and they would have won championships in whatever conference they would have been in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Florida State, South Carolina not playing in a conference, but who knows? They probably would not have won much of anything. All right, let's go to the ever controversial national championships. Bama with 18. They credit themselves with 18. Guess what? I went through all of them. I took a couple away. I added a couple. Came up with 18. So that's a video for a later time where I will go through every season of college football since it's actually been viable. So the national championship count here only goes back to 1922. The first college football game was played in 1869, and there was like 1 game played. And then even 15 or 20 years later, there were like 4 teams, and they were going 3-0-1, 2-1-1, 1-1-2. You know, their records were meaningless. So it was sometime around in the mid-20s that I thought, in looking at the standing each year, that it was somewhat reasonable to try to start to validate these national championships. But I went through every year, and many of these national championships are screwed up. Some of them are just flat out screwed up. Others are just questionable, or another team needs to be given consideration and therefore credit for a national championship. So I've done that many, many times with the national championships. I have added more national championships than I've taken away, where I believed I didn't take away necessarily most of the time from a team, but I would add to them. Take 1996, for example. Florida, in my mind, based on my evaluation, did not earn a national championship any more than Florida State or Ohio State did, for example. So there are the national championship numbers going back to 1922. All right, now on to the NFL draft. Let's check out the NFL draft numbers, which, of course, Ohio State has feasted recently, and Alabama. Alabama so much that if you look at our breakdown of the SEC all-time program rankings, that if you go back pre-Nick Saban, that Florida had more draft selections than Alabama before Nick Saban showed up. And now Alabama owns the SEC, of course, and has the most drafted players. And Ohio State's right there. Of course, Georgia, it has to be rising quickly. Again, I'm surprised with Michigan State doing as well as they are. UCLA at number 14, that's impressive. Wisconsin doing well. Purdue has always been an underrated NFL draft supplier. Purdue produces a lot of NFL players. Once again, Notre Dame, though, with a slight edge on USC. I was a bit surprised at the Ohio State number being as far back as they are in third place. Michigan and Bama, and of course, Alabama and Ohio State are charging fast. Nebraska's numbers have to be going down. Of course, the number is not going down, but their ranking has to be plummeting. Miami's extremely impressive at number 10, considering their history, and that most of that's come since 1983. And there you have it. Now into first-round draft selections. Ohio State has recently taken over this top spot from USC, 85-83. Bama is charging fast. What really stood out to me here is that if you look at overall NFL draft selections, you'll see that there's more parity. That if you go down the chart from Notre Dame at 520 and go down, let's say 15 spots, you're still in the 350s. Whereas here, when you're talking the cream of the crop, premium NFL draft selections, first round picks, Ohio State's at 85. And then consider this. Oklahoma, Michigan, and LSU are in the top 10, and they have not much more than half of Ohio State's total. It goes down that quickly in going from number 1 to number 7, 8, 9 in that range. You almost cut it in half, and you actually do once you get to 11 or 12. So that's how much the elite players in college football have been centered, even more so than just the draft picks. The elite draft picks have really been top-loaded there. All right. And as you can imagine, at the bottom of the list, you've got a bunch of teams in the low to mid 30s, like Texas A&M, Auburn, Nebraska, Michigan State, UCLA. And you can imagine right after that, right after we get out of the top 20, there's a whole slew of teams that are within 1 and 2 first round draft selections. So again, there's nothing special about 20. I just couldn't type forever. So there's the top 20. All Americans, very subjective number here. Notre Dame's at number 1 all time. I thought Ohio State was going to be number 1. They are a distant number 2. Michigan right there. Bama's got to be charging hard, you would think, in recent All-Americans. This is something I do not keep track of. I'm not looking at All-America lists at the end of the football season. I don't know who's an All-American or who's not. It's not something that I care about. But again, it's pretty fascinating to see that Notre Dame's at 105. And then again, Ohio State and Michigan and Bama right there. USC and Oklahoma are only 1 behind Bama. So that first 6 are very high. in All-Americans. The first 6 are all plus 82. Then there's a drop to Texas at 61. And again, you only have to go about 8 deep to have half the number that Notre Dame has at number 1. That's how quickly that drops. Again, there's another cream of the crop statistic where it's front loaded and the Blue Bloods really own this number of All-Americans. As I was surprised with Stanford's number. They're in the top 15 in the country in All-Americans with 37. Miami, of course, had their 20-year run where they probably got almost all of those 36. Minnesota at 34. That goes back to the 40s, 50s, and 60s for the Gophers. All right, next up, short list, Heisman trophies. There's a 4-way tie for number 1. Alabama has won all of its Heisman trophies since Nick Saban showed up. And then you've got a bunch of teams with 3. Army in its heyday in the 40s and 50s, Nebraska, Michigan, Florida, Florida State, and Auburn with 3 Heisman trophies. One more time on the Heisman trophies. If you want to get technical, Ohio State has had 6 players win Heisman trophies. Of course, Archie Griffin's the only player to win 2. So we're going to probably have a breaking of that tie. You would think one of those schools would win one soon. All right, next up, we've got major awards. So I went to all the major award categories: quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, tight ends, offensive line, and then did the same thing on the defense. So you've got the Davey O'Brien at quarterback. You've got the Nagurski and the Lombardi and the Remington and the Mackey, Biletnikoff, Doak Walker, Thorpe Award, Ray Guy Award, Lou Groza Award, Butkus Award. I went through all the major awards for each position, and this is how this fared. This is minus the Heisman. Ohio State's won the most major awards. Alabama's close, Texas is close, and Nebraska as well. Then there's a bit of a gap. Notre Dame at 16. And there you go. Florida State, Texas, LSU, Michigan, Penn State on down the line. You will see some schools that we have yet to see in the other categories, like Boston College with 9. And surprisingly, Arizona has won 9 major awards. They probably had a kicker win like 6 of them. No. Arizona with 8, and we see BYU show up for the first time as well. All right. And then finally, our total points. So again, this is not me saying this school is the number 1 football program of all time. They're number 2, they're number 3, number 4. I created a system. This is how it played out. I think it's pretty accurate. But we should give some context to it, and I will do that, and then I will also rely on all of you to help me with that as well. So, wow, razor close at the top. Alabama number 1. Ohio State at 2, Oklahoma at 3, Notre Dame, Michigan. Notre Dame, Michigan, I believe, would have been probably with Oklahoma at the top of that list 20 years ago. Nebraska at number 7, considering their last 5 or 6 years, and then more so, a really down 5 to 6 years for Nebraska, but especially looking at the 20-year period in which they've not won a conference championship. So Nebraska is still being at number 7, and Tennessee still being at number 9 is pretty telling right there. Let's go through it one more time. Bama over the Buckeyes by 2 points. Oklahoma 3, Notre Dame, Michigan. And you see the Irish's lead over Michigan by 1 measly point. USC, Nebraska, Texas. Texas has taken a fall here in the last 11 or 12 years. Tennessee hanging in there. Penn State in the top 10. LSU and Georgia. You know that their numbers have been relatively healthy, especially Georgia recently. Interesting to see Florida State, Florida, and Miami at 13, 14, and 15, the 3 Florida rivals at 13, 14, and 15. And their football histories are similar in many cases. And again, I am a bit surprised by Michigan State making the top 20. All right. That's it. I want to hear from all of you. I have much to say because there are some flaws in the system. Of course, there's flaws in every system. And I think I've pinpointed the flaws. And those flaws would take a team of like 25 people to research all sorts of stuff that I would want them to research to bring more definition to some of those numbers. And I would also weight the numbers. So some of those numbers are all time. Some of those numbers go back to, let's say, the AP rankings, 1936. Some of those numbers go back national championships, 100 years. I would come up with some kind of gradual weighting system that would give more credence to a Big Ten championship won in 2020 versus a Big Ten championship or a Southland championship in 1927. Or Vanderbilt's 13 conference championships prior to joining the SEC in 1932. All right, folks, the phone lines are open. Let me post the number, 860-499-3332. It's on the bottom of the screen right there. And again, it is just displaced the ticker that we had rolling to remind everyone that you can join us on Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. Just search Mark Rogers TV. Again, you can contribute to the channel by going to Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App, search Mark Rogers TV, or a super chat right here as well. Number is 860-499-3332. We've got almost 400 comments. Oh, boy. Good to see you exploring with Ben and Eric and Falconer X and Tim. Tim. Bama, Ohio State, Oklahoma, Michigan, USC, Nebraska. Tim did not get the look at Notre Dame, of course, because I did not produce anything past the 5 conferences. Well done, Tim. Exploring with Ben, thank you so much for helping us hit 1,000 subs on the Notre Dame channel. Kyle Z, smash the like button. Kyle, I'm with you. I would smash the like button, but smashing the like button for your own channel is a bit tacky. So I leave that to all of you. Ferris, good to see you. Michigan at number what, 4? Was it 4? 5. Tim says Mark's system really favors winning percentage in poll, and the Irish have to be way up there in both. I would say that's accurate. I would say that that's accurate. And, you know, in a sense, there could be a flaw beyond what I've stated about the poll. So for those 76 that are on the line right now, I stated a lot about the polls and what's wrong with the AP rankings. But in addition to that, they're almost just another way to state the record. So if your record's 8-1, well, that's a bad example because that's mid-season. Okay, 11-1, and then 12-1 or 13-1 after the postseason, and you finish number 4 in the country. The number 4 in the country ranking, and therefore the points that you would be awarded in the AP rankings poll point system is just a validation or just a redundancy from the record, if you follow me there. All right, the phone lines are heating up, so let's get to it right here at the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Hello, Mark. It's still Ray with me. How you doing this evening?
I am good. How are you?
Hello?
Yes, sir. You got me?
Sorry, you cut out. I heard a giant pop on, and then it just cut the black for a minute.
A giant pop.
That's odd. Yeah. So anyway, Mark, let me ask you with your rankings, what team from your top 20 list do you think is most likely to move up or down in the next 20 years?
Ooh. You always have a good question for me. Let's look at it.
Thank you.
Most likely to rise. most likely to rise is, I'm going to continue with Clemson. And the most likely to drop, I don't even think it's close. Sorry, Husker fans, Nebraska. Yeah, and not just because they're not going to be that good, but also because of where they're positioned. So they've got the most to lose. They're at number 7 right now.
Right.
You know, what would Nebraska be in the last 5 years? They'd be like 60. In the last 10 years, they'd be like 35.
Okay.
You know, they're toppling, you know, they're reeling.
Yeah, they're in dire straits.
Yeah.
I think Texas is going to be another one that's going to fall pretty far.
Yeah, but I have more faith in their ability to. I just think that they have more resources. I'm not just looking at how bad. So Tennessee, Nebraska, and Texas, to your point, would be the schools that have underachieved the most recently. But Texas and Tennessee are in much better position to do something about it, especially Texas.
Okay. Let me ask you, what school not in your list do you think would make the list in 20 years?
Oh, let me think. The team that's not on the top 20 that is on its way, I would say North Carolina.
Okay. And the obvious question is, why do you think that after they just had a very disappointing season?
Because I think that they have a lot going for them. I think that so Mac Brown took them over in the late 90s, and no, he took them over in the late 80s and coached there to the late 90s. North Carolina football from the late 70s, for the most part, except for some bad drops for usually only 2, 3, 4 years, has been really good for a good 40 years now. And I think that they've got a lot of resources. They play in a great part of the country with a lot of talent. And so, yeah, North Carolina would be the one school that's outside. I can't think of anybody else. You know, maybe Utah. They're a possibility. Is there anybody in the SEC? Maybe Ole Miss. Maybe Ole Miss keeps it going.
No shot my cats do it. What you're telling me?
Whoa. Okay, well, we got your Kentucky Wild, but they're probably so. You know, I've got all the numbers. I don't know if you've watched all the conference videos, but I could keep this. I could take this list from 20 to like 70, so I could figure out where Kentucky is right now. Let's say they're 40th. I think
doubt they're that high.
Yeah, so that's my issue with Kentucky. If Kentucky right now is 24, I'd say absolutely the way they're playing.
Yeah.
But they've got a long way to go.
I was just making a joke about them.
They're like bottom 3 in the SEC, but the way Mark Stoops is coaching and the numbers that they're putting up now, albeit it's only been 4 or 5 years, they're a top 15 to 20 in the last 4 or 5 years.
Well, let me throw another school at you.
Sure.
I don't think it was in the list, but what about BYU?
Yeah, so I had problems with BYU and Boise State. So you saw Boise State's winning percentage. Well, that winning percentage is not, I don't want to say it's not legitimate. They're playing football games and winning them, but you can't, you know, I would have to come up with some kind of complex formula to figure out, okay, Boise State's at 728 in winning percentage. Where does that, you know, I don't even think that 728 winning percentage is LSU, who's 10 spots lower. You know, that's not even them. It should be, I don't even know what to do with that. But I didn't want to discount. What I did was I did all the Power 5, Then I did Notre Dame and BYU. And then I grabbed about 4 or 5 group of fives that I knew because of their excellence at different times would jump that would be interesting just to see where they are. I took Boise State, Houston, Army, Navy, Cincinnati. But see, I didn't even total up the points because they're not even close to being in the top 20 because they don't have hardly any NFL draft picks, any first round picks. Their rankings numbers are really low, even though Boise State and Cincinnati and some of those schools, Houston, are in the rankings now. That's been very recent, not so much for Houston. That I just, all I had to do is look at the numbers across, and I thought I'm not even going to add these up because they're nowhere close to the top 20.
Right. Well, I'm going to shift it a little bit because I found this list, okay, Mark?
Okay.
From a affiliate of 24/7 Sports about the top 100 quarterbacks of all time.
Oh, nice.
But I'll just give you the top 10. I'll give you the top 10 because going through 100 names would be very confusing as more.
Well, let me ask you this. Are you able to, I don't know if you're on your phone or on a laptop or what you're doing.
I'm on my phone.
Could you put the link, like maybe not necessarily in the chat unless other people want to see it, but if you could either email me or just respond to this video or another video and put the link in there, I would love to see that. Maybe we'll do a show on that.
Well, I will currently put that in the chat. I'll talk about the next topic I've got.
Okay.
So it was confirmed 2 hours ago that Conference USA has agreed to allow Marshall, Old Dominion, Southern Miss to move to the Sun Belt Conference.
Yes.
And they're going to be terminated from CUSA on June 30th. So what's your reaction to the first real alignment movement?
Well,
in this new era?
For one thing, we've avoided a huge legal battle because it was about to get messy. Because those 4 schools wanted to leave, and they wanted to leave immediately. And I know that they told Conference USA that and there was an issue over just scheduling the football season, for one thing, because each league didn't know what to do exactly, because Conference USA was being told by those 4 schools, we're leaving, and they were telling them, no, you're not. And I actually saw something on social media, or it may have been 247 Sports or an online service that showed the agreement between the leagues and what was sent from Conference USA to those schools, threatening them, basically saying your contract stipulates that you will play football in Conference USA in 2022, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, and you risk legal action, if you don't. So I thought, this could get, and it was explained that both leagues were a bit hijacked at the time, and this is probably only a month ago, to build their schedules because they didn't know who was going to be playing in their league. So obviously that got worked out one way or the other. Either somebody backed down or somebody got paid, something like that. So help me out here. So with the Sun Belt adding those 4 schools, I think they had 10 before that.
Yes, they have 14.
Okay. And now Conference USA is down to, do we know?
I do not have that information pulled up for me.
And it's Old Dominion, App State, Marshall, Old Dominion.
11.
Oh, they still have 11?
They'll have, yes, but it says 6 other Conference Conference USA schools have announced they are leaving, but not until 2023.
Which ones are those?
Oh, God. If I knew I was going to be asked all these questions, Mark, I would have had a lot
more. You brought it up.
My computer pulled up. I didn't realize we'd go down this path.
I am not the king of the group of 5. I know who's in every conference, but I don't keep up with the news. So I did know that was.
Well, here, I'll tell you
down.
the ones they are adding. I've
Okay.
got that in 2023.
All right.
They're adding Liberty, New Mexico State, Jacksonville State, Sam Houston State.
Well, it's a downgrade for Conference USA.
Yeah, but they get Deion Sanders.
No, Jacksonville State, not Jackson State.
Oh yeah, Ville, Jackson. Yeah, I get that confused sometimes. Let's see. Well, I'll get off the phone and I'll type in the chat what schools are leaving, and I'll send you an email because only mods are allowed to send links. So expect an email and you can post the link on your stream.
Or you can just make a comment to one of the videos and leave the link. Whatever you want to do is fine, because I would love to grab that link and make that a discussion point.
Okay. Well, have a good one, Mark.
All right, the real MVP. Thanks for the call.
No problem.
I believe we have another regular caller standing by here at the Voice of College Football. So let's take this one. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Mark.
Hey, Chris. How you doing?
How are you? Good.
I am doing just fine.
I was just going to ask you a couple questions. I mostly, you have your own method, which is great. Tip of the hat to you, I guess, I don't know how you do it, to be honest with you. I went to, when I went to school, which has been years ago, I studied computer science. It was actually my computer science was my major. And it took me to the ratings I tell you about, the ones that I kind of do on my own, even though they're not really mine. I know it's really confusing. I apologize for that because it is confusing. They're kind of mine, kind of not. But anyway, like I said, I think I have BYU. I'm kind of obsessed with BYU. I apologize for that too. People don't like it. I don't know that I blame them for it either. I mean, it's like I got BYU on my brain, but I think if I remember correctly, I haven't done a recent one, but they're an all-time 60 program, I think, if I'm not mistaken, which is pretty good under the it's not good or bad. It's just kind of there. And I think I did one recently that comparatively, which is I try to do comparatively because that's kind of where I like to. That's the only way I know how to do it, I guess is what I'm trying to tell you. I can't just say, well, this team I think is better than that team or whatever. I can tell you, for example, Oregon State actually fared pretty well. They weren't above 50. They're like 0.485 or something like that, which means they're below average. But average is pretty good. If a team is average, it's actually saying they're pretty good. I know that's kind of confusing again. It's like, well, who wants to be average? But so like a team like Oregon State, even though that's a team that most people don't really consider, they've been okay. They've never really been that great, but they're not the first team, I guess, that we think about.
So can I try to clarify something?
I don't know.
Chris, I have a / comment and somewhat question to ask. So when you say Oregon State fared pretty well, you are taking into consideration all of college football, correct? All 130 schools.
Well, excuse me. To be honest with you, I'm not sure I might even be including the FCS too, because I don't really discriminate. It's not that I'm not saying you do. I'm just saying when I take my data, I try to include everybody. So when a team, or not even a team, like I think I told you once, the WAC, which is, like I said, that's like one of those conferences that you're probably not all that interested in, but comparatively, they're not around. Well, I guess they kind of are, but not really. Comparatively, they were like at 40%. So I think that's compared to everybody is what it is. It's like a all-time comparison sort of thing. And that includes every team that ever played in the WAC, which I think was like 15 teams total. They had 15 teams total that participated when they were still around. They're not around anymore, but well, I guess they are now. They were reconfigured or whatever. But the real MVP talked about Sam Houston State. Some of those schools actually, I think, were supposed to be in the WAC. New Mexico State, I think, was supposed to be in the WAC. But I don't know what's going on there because the last I looked into it, I heard that they were going to be in the WAC, and I guess I don't know, things must have changed to where they decided not to go in the WAC. New Mexico State used to be a WAC school, not for very long. But Sam Houston State, I think, they're the SWAC, I believe, Southwest Athletic Conference. I'm not for sure, but I think a WAC's an upgrade for some of those schools. But they're not going to be in the WAC though. I guess it sounds like they're going to be in the CUSA, which I don't know. I haven't really kept up with it. Are those 6 schools that he said that were leaving? Are those the ones that were going to join the American Athletic? You know,
They're
that's what I was
joining
kinda
the
curious
Sun
about, 'cause
Belt.
I think,
The 4 leave.
not the ones that he said that there were 6 other schools that were leaving, and I was just curious: are those the ones that are going to join the American Athletic? Do you know the 6 that he said that were leaving? He said there were 6 that were leaving.
If I remember correctly, there are 4 leaving Conference USA for the Sun Belt, and then Conference USA is picking up 6 other ones, or maybe 4.
Well, no, but you know how the American Athletic is going to expand after they lost the 4 schools to the Big 12 or 3,
Yes,
whatever
4.
it was. Okay, well, I think I heard that they were going to expand, and so I think they were going to take the CUSA schools away. Anyway, I'm sure you already know about that, but I wasn't sure exactly how soon that was going to happen, though. Is the thing. I wasn't sure when that was going to be, but then there was rumors that there were additional teams they were going to bring in. But I think that's yet to be, though. I don't think that's actually been. Maybe I'm wrong. Has that been made official yet? Do you know?
Yeah, so I'm looking at a post from October of 21 that says the American Conference adds 6 Conference USA schools. So this pretty much dooms Conference USA. So the Conference USA schools that are moving are FAU, Charlotte, North Texas, Texas San Antonio, Rice, and UAB.
Okay, so that's where the 6 were that he was talking about then. That's what I thought. I wasn't for sure, though. That's why I wanted to ask to make sure. Those are the schools that he was talking about that had already left or were leaving, apparently. Those are the ones I think the American Athletic were going to, to stay solvent or whatever. Because I think the American Athletic, they were losing members because they're one of the better conferences that isn't a major conference. They're like the best G5, the American. So I think when Big 12 took 12, when Big 12 expanded, I think that made it to where the American had to raid the CUSA.
Yes.
To remain solvent, to remain competitive. So that actually speaks good for the CUSA, I think, because, they wouldn't be trying to recruit teams from CUSA if they weren't a good conference. So I think that's maybe a good statement about CUSA. I don't know.
I think it's basically the American Conference trying to survive. The American Conference is shot. Like they're nothing. They're a shell of their former self now.
You don't think?
Minus
I kind of look
Houston,
at it differently, but that's fine.
Cincinnati and UCF. So they lose their three best. They lose their 3 best football playing schools by far. It's not even close.
Right.
And they pick up Florida Atlantic, Charlotte, North Texas, Texas San Antonio, who suddenly burst onto the scene, but they not historically done anything. Rice and UAB. UAB would be the best football program out of the 6 currently. Yeah, that's just a survival move, which I credit them for. It's what they needed to do.
You don't really. I mean, I guess I'm a little confused because it's like we look at the same. I mean, I'm not. This isn't a criticism on you, Mark, but we look at the same thing, and it's like we come to different conclusions, and I'm not completely sure I understand why.
Well,
I look at it like U.S.
Chris,
you say it's like almost like they had no choice. Go ahead.
I'll give you 2 examples, and one involves this right here. So basically, I'm looking at the American Conference being by far to date in the last 6 or 7 years the best Group of 5 conference. Okay. And even being good enough at times to have an argument that they're as good as the worst currently Pac-12 Power 5 conference. They have played that well.
Oh. Okay.
And if you take their 3 best programs, and they are the 3 best programs by far, like who else comes close to those 3 programs? They're gone. And they're replacing it with FAU, Charlotte, North Texas, Texas San Antonio, and Rice. Leave UAB out of it for a second. You're talking about 5 of the 30 worst programs in the country, and UAB is not far behind.
Okay.
And they're losing 3 of the top 40 programs roughly in the country, and replacing them with the worst programs in the country.
I understand what you're saying. I'm not necessarily even saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, I remember when I heard about it. I think it was Mike Oresco. He's the commissioner. I think he's the one that, I don't know if he's the one that got it going or not, but I remember. But the announcement wasn't like, oh no, we have to stay around. We have to do this. We don't really like it. It was almost like the impression I had was where they're real excited about getting these programs that are, from your perspective, aren't very good. But,
of course they say they're excited. They're not excited. They have just been cast into the sea of irrelevance.
Well, I guess time will tell on that.
Well, time tells everything. But Chris, come on. They've lost UCF, Cincinnati, and Houston, and they have replaced them with 5 horrible football playing schools, and UAB, that's a decent football playing school. And in terms of beyond the football on the field, just the relevance, the TV draw, the market size, they lose Houston, Orlando, Florida, and Cincinnati, and they pick up.
Right.
Nobody in Charlotte cares about watching Charlotte football. Like 14 people do. Like of course they say they're excited, but they had to make a move to retain to just function.
Okay.
Well,
at any rate, I don't know what went behind those decisions. You said North Texas. I mean, is there not a big following in Texas? I don't know. I mean, I haven't been there, so I'm kind of asking you in a way. I mean, I actually think North Texas isn't a bad, addition, but, I guess you're not convinced that adding a team like that is very...
Well, it depends on what the goal is. And Mike Oresco's goal was to call his conference a Power 6 conference. Well, that doesn't achieve it. That turns it in the wrong direction. Again, that is not a criticism of the American Conference. This is what they had to do to survive.
Okay. One thing I remember, I don't know if you remember, I did what I thought was a fair assessment of each conference. I don't know if you remember when I did that. And I'm just throwing this out there. I'm not trying to say it makes any difference one way or the other, but actually, Conference USA, I don't remember exactly where they landed. I think they're definitely a top 10, but it doesn't really matter. I'm just,
there's only 10 conferences
anyway. Well, okay. Well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. But anyway, they were, I think, if I'm not mistaken, like based on the format that I used, I think, and this is overall their, so it includes the times when CUSA was actually pretty good, but I think they were cumulatively basically 0.333. Well, that's, I don't know if that's good or bad, but it's not terrible though. I mean, it's not, I guess my point is, you can judge it however you want to judge it, but to me and you, it's like, it's kind of interesting how you have one view, I have the other, and we kind of have the same idea, but you say it's good or bad or whatever. I say it's decent, and it's like, I don't quite understand why it's like that, but that's okay. I mean, I guess time will tell whether or not American remains relevant or not, but CUSA isn't a terrible conference, though. I mean, it's actually a relatively decent, or has been. I mean, that might not impress you. I mean, we're comparing 0.333 against what, like the SEC, I think I had at 0.70. So that's like more than twice as good. But regardless, and that's all time, by the way. That's I did every year I could to try to make it as close as I could to the reality. But and those numbers probably don't mean much to other people, but it says that CUSA actually can challenge. They probably have. It's not going to be easy for them. I mean, obviously, but so if the American had to use the CUSA to remain, it's probably the best conference they could have gone for to try to stay relevant, is what I think. But I don't know. I can't speak to the individual programs. I mean, you made it sound like UTSA. I mean, weren't they almost undefeated last year? I mean, I know they lost a couple of games at the end, but they were actually relatively beat Illinois. I think, if I'm not mistaken, if they beat Illinois.
Yes.
I don't know how good Illinois was, but okay, well. So I think that might be a good addition. And the other ones you're talking about, I don't know. I mean, I think I did for Rice, I did a cumulative. I don't remember exactly where they weren't. Rice wasn't as bad as you might think. I mean, overall, maybe lately they've been pretty bad, but
well, yeah, they've been a horrible football program for a long time. Now, recently, yes, they just had a really good season. They just took Fresno State. They almost beat Fresno State in a bowl game, and they played really well and finished 7-6. One particular season, but Rice has been a horrendous football program for most of its history. That's like when you state, Chris, that Oregon State's a decent football program over the course of its history. No, it's not. It's been a horrible football program over the course of its history.
Well,
they have one of the worst.
No, that's not the answer.
They have one of the 5 worst winning percentages in Power 5 football.
Well, that's the caveat, in Power 5. I mean, you could say the same thing about Kansas State, but just because...
Yeah, Kansas State has been a horrible football program prior to Bill Snyder. Terrible.
Okay. But they actually don't rank that poorly overall against, I know what you're saying, but it's like kind of like the glass half empty, glass full sort of thing. You don't want to see the good in them, you're not going to. I mean...
Well, I'm not berating the individuals that participated for those programs. I'm talking about its comparative analysis. If you had a sales quota of 50 and you sold 65 units and I sold 12, but if somebody just said, "How many did you sell today?" and I said 12, they might say, "Hey, good for you. That's awesome. You sold 12. I'd be like, "Well, that's horrible because the quota was 50 and my competitor sold 65. So It's the same thing here. When you're going in Kansas State's case, prior to Bill Snyder, you're going 3-8 and 1-10 and 2-9 over and over and over repeatedly for decades. That's horrendous. It's horrible.
Well, they had like 600 losses or something. Like, yeah, I remember hearing about it.
All right, Chris, I better move on.
Turned it around, though.
But I appreciate you being here.
Well, no, I want one more question. How does Utah have 3 national championships? I don't have them with any. I don't know how you get 3, but whatever.
I will let you know which ones those are at some point.
Later.
I don't have them right in front of me, but I know 2008's one.
In Florida, I think you had, was it 6 for Florida? I can't remember.
Yes.
I don't think Florida has 6. 6? No.
Again, they are redistributed fair national championships, Chris. So Utah went undefeated in 2008. So national championship. Not the only, they weren't the only national champion. I didn't strip it away from anyone else, but I added Utah as a national champion in 2008. And I would think that based on your typical perspective, Chris, that you would applaud me for at least that selection, where they played an undefeated season. They beat Alabama in the Sugar Bowl. The national champion, in quotes, lost a game. So I'm equating those two things, knowing that Utah played a lesser schedule, but they did go undefeated and they did beat Alabama, who was a top 4 team in the country, in the Sugar Bowl.
They also beat Michigan. They beat Michigan too.
Yeah, Michigan was horrible that year.
Well, they were top 25 when they played them.
Michigan was not a top 25 team in 2008.
Yeah, when they played them, they were at the game time.
When they played them, it doesn't matter. Michigan was horrible. They went 3-9. All right, Chris. Thanks for the call.
First season. All right.
Appreciate it. All right, here we go. Next up at the Voice of College Football, of course, our subject is all-time program rankings, and that's what we've displayed tonight. But you can call us about anything. Who's on the line? Hello? Hello? Going once?
Sorry, I was muted. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I was muted. It's Ballard. How you doing?
Ballard. I'm doing well. What's going on, man?
Not much. So, are you doing all-time program rankings based on like win totals or what? Because I've only been listening to the show for a few minutes.
Okay. All right, Ballard.
Give us the criteria.
Can you see this? Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
All right. Give me 2 seconds here. You ready for this?
Oh yeah.
Here we go. Winning percentage.
All right.
That's one category, okay? And it goes all the way through
Okay.
to my top 20. I did everybody in the Power 5 plus Notre Dame, BYU, Houston, Boise State, some others. Okay. We did AP rankings points. There's another category right there, if you see that one. And that goes, again, I just didn't do the top 5. I did a graphic with all the way to 20. And then we've got bowl wins. So we've got all the bowl wins right there. And then I gave more credit to major bowl wins because obviously you can spend your history winning the Independence Bowl and the Blue Bonnet Bowl and the Garden State Bowl, or you can win major bowl games. So this is the list of major bowl wins. And again, we take this all the way down to 20, which would have gone to Washington, Stanford, and UCLA with 8. Conference championships. So there's our list of conference championships. And of course, we've got an issue with conference championships, so I completely understand that. Notre Dame's never played in a conference, and Florida State did not for a long time, and West Virginia and Miami and Florida State and various schools. So understanding that there's an issue with the conference championships, but we still wanted to factor that in. National championships. Those are coming up right there.
I got you.
Those are national championships.
So I was doing, I was doing research.
Okay. We've got NFL draft picks. We've got first round NFL draft picks. We've got All-American selections. We've got Heisman trophies. We've got major award winners. So take all of your major position awards: quarterback, running back, Doak Walker, Davey O'Brien, John Mackey Award, et cetera, both offense and defense. And then we gave it a point system. And there's your point system. There's your top 5. Bama, Ohio State, Oklahoma, Notre Dame, Michigan.
Well, what I'm seeing definitely the top 2 teams from each of those categories, it seems to be a pattern. You can put them either way. And it's not.
It does.
It looks like it's all Alabama and Ohio State, which I think as far as Power 5, that would definitely make sense. But I was doing some research, and I promise you, this was based on like not only FBS, but like Division II, Division III, based on win percentage.
Okay.
And I don't know what the first team listed. Ohio State and Alabama are tied at 3 with 942 all-time wins. But ahead of them,
are you doing all-time wins?
Wait,
hang on just a second, Ballard. Let me clarify something here. Are you going winning percentage or all-time wins? Those are 2 different things.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, win percentage. Although technically in program history, they both are tied at 942 with a total number of program wins. But
whoa, Ballard, you're confusing me and I guess some other people. When you say winning percentage and then you say 942, nobody has a 942 winning percentage.
No, you're right. They have 942 program wins in total each.
Gotcha.
And they're tied.
Yes. And they're behind Michigan by about 35, right?
Yeah, just about. And just below those 2 teams, if you want to stick to the major Power 5, even though they're not in a conference, Notre Dame's at 929. But this was showing FBS, FCS, Division II, Division III, and the team at the very top of the list. Now, they have 231 wins, which, I guess is pretty good, but they only have 39 losses. Their win percentage is 0.85. You know what team that is?
Give me a second.
Mary.
North Dakota State? I don't know. Mount Union?
No, Mary Hardin Baylor.
Okay. Are they related to Baylor? Maybe the maybe that's a
Yeah, they're in
kind
Texas.
of,
They're not too far.
okay. Do you consider that to be valid?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I was just pointing out what people have put online. But I like to base everything on the Power Five, and I mean, I guess you can include some Group of Five teams in there a little bit, but at least as far as FBS Division I goes, it looks like Ohio State and Alabama are tied at the top.
Yes.
So now, does the most wins all time? I mean, and does that make them the two best, like, current programs? I mean, it doesn't necessarily do anything currently, although we know how great Alabama is and where Ohio State has been. But all-time winning, historically, it seems like those are the two biggest names in football.
Yeah, it sure does. It seems like they are the two biggest all-time and the current two biggest. And of course, Alabama's been winning the national championships more so than Ohio State. But in terms of winning percentage, they're the two best in the last. Well, they're the two best since Nick Saban took over. They're also the two best of all time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yes, they are.
But yeah, I just figured I'd call in and definitely talk about this conversation because, I mean, there's different ways you could categorize, like, what's the best, like when you do all-time program rankings. I mean, you could do it based on championships. You could do it based on win percentage. I see that you got the banner up for bowl wins with Alabama at 44, Georgia at 35. I mean,
so
we
Ballard,
do talk about, like,
Ballard, that's why we based, when I say we, I mean our system that we put together here. We based it on all that put together. So we didn't just base it on one thing. Okay. We put it all together.
Right. I got you. Which makes plenty of sense because, I mean, there's obviously going to be a lot of people that look at those categories and say that one's better than the other in terms of how you would rank a program. But anyways, Mark, as always, thanks for taking my call. Love what you guys do, and keep up the good work.
Appreciate it, Ballard. Good to hear from you. Have a good night.
You too.
All right, here we go. Let's keep it going here. The voice of college football. Who's up next?
What's up, Mark? It's DeAndre. How you doing, man?
DeAndre, what's going on?
Nothing. Just trying to listen to your show. So, this is right down my track. We talk about college football and history. So, I was looking at the ACC network, and I don't know if I know you don't really follow basketball like you used to, but it was talking about the ACC tournament history. And it brought an interesting point. I got to ask you about this. So the reason why South Carolina left the ACC, it's going to tie into what we're talking about, was because Bobby Clifford said the ACC at the time required an 800 SAT score. One of their best players that came down in the 70s and 60s to play at South Carolina, I can't remember the name of the coach, but he was the coach that won the championship at USC in basketball. But he had brought a lot of New York players down, and they was like, well, South Carolina's cheating because the dude got an 800 SAT score. So this ties into football in this way. I brought this point up to you a while ago. If you go look at ACC schools compared to the SEC schools, there's a lot more schools that claim to be more academically better. UVA, Georgia Tech, Miami, Duke, Wake Forest. And they're smaller schools. So what concept does that have on what we're talking about the landscape not being equal, even when we talked about geographical moves, minorities and stuff like that. What does that? How can we calculate that into how we calculate what programs were better if everybody wasn't playing with the same rules? If you get what I'm saying.
Well, it's up to each individual school athletically to determine what their standards are going to be. So we know that it's more difficult to get into Stanford than it is just about any other football playing school, but that's
right
what they have chosen. They continue to be an academic first school, which is of course why the original purpose of all these schools being in existence is academics and not what we're talking about.
Yeah, but okay. We talked about this one time. One of your guys from Nebraska talked about Prop 48 players in the 90s at Nebraska. Yep. They said that when they built Nebraska during the Big 12 said, well, you can't take that many Prop 48 players in. It kind of killed Nebraska football. So with the schools based in the South, and they'll say, well, you got to have 800. Wouldn't that have killed the football programs in the South as well if Alabama and Georgia in the Southeast Conference was different from the ACC? I think you said it's based on each school, but by that conversation that Bobby Clemens was having, it seemed like, the ACC had a rule that stifled their football program. It's easy to get 3 good basketball players. It's hard to get 88 football players that, like you need about 32, 30, 20 people to be really good at football to win, a decent amount. You see what I'm saying? But I'm sure Duke has some players that Clemson will want some years, but there's some players at Clemson that probably wouldn't be able to get in at Duke academically. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if that makes sense to you.
Oh, it makes perfect sense. And you're right. I should have been more clear about that. It's more so the conferences that dictate the standard than the specific schools. But for example, the Big Ten has certain standards about accreditation and affiliation in the Big Ten and so forth. But there's no way for us to weigh that into what we're doing here. There's just no way.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Because, I think the reason why Tulane and Georgia Tech left, there was dreaming of something having like an Ivy League Southern School type thing with like Georgia Tech, Vanderbilt, Tulane. I don't know who else at the South was real good at academics at that time. Like those 3 schools, but that's one of the reasons why Tulane and Georgia Tech left the SEC, because they wanted to improve their academics. And I'm not saying people in Alabama or Georgia are dumb or nothing like that. I'm just saying at that time period, that's the way they looked at it. Like you said, academics first was the big process. Now was like, how much money can we make? Stanford, Duke, Vanderbilt, and Rice is not going to change their academic standards like Miami, who's probably on the same academically, but they let more people in that might have not been able to give the schoolers, but they were just there for academics. That's why I asked that question. Second question I'd like to ask you. I know you said bowl with the tires and stuff like that, right? So, bowl wins. Isn't that misleading also, since there was a bunch of tie-ins back in the day, like the Big 8? I know Clemson played in the Orange Bowl way before they won the national championship, and they played in the Sugar Bowl a lot. But you don't really see Carolina, who has some good football program history, really played in those other bowls. And maybe because they were tied into the blue. I don't know what we talked about it before. I don't know what the Blue Bonnet Bowl became. Maybe it became the Sixers Bowl or the Hall of Fame Bowl. But I was just trying to say, with those teams, because they were tie-ins, they have better chances of winning. Just like what you say about the Big Ten. If you went the year before and you won it again off the side, you couldn't go back the next year. So wouldn't that also be like a misleading stat too?
Okay. DeAndre, if you want to get down to it, every one of these categories has slightly misleading statistics. That's one reason why I put them all together. because they all have value.
Right.
And yes, a list of bowl victories doesn't give us a complete picture of college football. It's just another indicator, especially in a day gone by when bowl victories were more and bowl games themselves were more important, carried more weight. And that's why I also have a category of major bowl wins, because North Carolina State, for example, has not won a major bowl game. And they almost make the list for the top 20 bowl wins, but they don't have any major bowl wins. So they should be given some kind of credit for winning bowl games, but they've not made it to major bowl games. And there's obviously a distinction. There's obviously a distinction there. The kind of competition. It would be like saying that in the last 7 or 8 years that Clemson is, I think they're 6-3 in the playoff. I'm sure that there are all sorts of schools out there that have 6-3 bowl records, but they didn't play anywhere close to the competition that Clemson played. Clemson is basically some knucklehead on Twitter the other day put up something about Clemson's postseason performance. I forget what they put up, and I pointed out, I know what it was. They put up a list of the ACC's postseason records during the playoff era. And that's all fine and good, but you got to put that in context. During that time, Clemson played, it was before the playoff era. It might have been in the last 10 seasons. I think it was since 2010 or 2011. Well, Clemson played Alabama 4 times. They played Ohio State 4 times. They've played significant teams. So you can't compare that record to Louisville's record over the last 10 years in bowl games.
Right. Well, yes, I was just touching on that because if you ever get a chance, I know you really don't have time, but we really go look at the ACC network and look at how those 8 ACC schools left the Southern Conference and the history of how it ties into bowl games and stuff, and how those other teams left, like Clemson and Maryland, North Carolina, they cared more about football. Believe it or not, Carolina actually cared more about football at that time than they did basketball. But then when Frank McGuire came there, after the scandals up in New York with the port shaving, they switched it. But it was kind of interesting how they really cared about basketball a little bit more, and they explained the academics of the ACC conference at that time because how powerful Wake Forest, Duke, and UVA was when it came to their academics. So that was something that I was trying to, just looking at. I mean, I know, I'm always going to come up with the opposite answer, what you have with some of this stuff, because, I feel like everybody else feels sometimes you got to look at geographics. But then you got to look at not only geographics, you got to look at the history of our sport. Everybody says the Southeast rules football. And I think when you say the Southeast, you got to include Clemson, Florida State, and Miami. In those categories, yes, they're in the ACC or they have been independent, but they have a different state as much as Alabama does, or Auburn or somebody like that, because they have just as many national championships as not many as Alabama, but as many as Auburn and Tennessee and Florida and the rest of those other schools. And personally, I always bring this up. 1977 and 1942, Clemson should go back and claim those national championships. I mean, I'm not a Clemson alum, but I would go back and claim those because technically I should have. What gives you the right to say y'all national championships? Y'all have one loss like I did instead of Cal beat Alabama. We had that conversation all the time. I just quite can't understand how they come up with that logic on how they won a national championship. Auburn to Miami. Like Auburn had to play like 7 ranked teams that year. How does Miami win the national championship? They only play one. I just, some of that stuff I was gonna say, hey, we gonna claim this national championship. I'll give you another book that me and you talked about before. 1984, Florida and BYU. I don't know why Florida didn't claim a national championship that year. 'Cause I think it was undefeated. Were they on probation that year?
They weren't undefeated. I think they went 9-1-1, and they were on probation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember but they blew out Miami though, didn't they? Well, I'm not really sure. I'm not a
They
Florida
did in
follower,
'83.
but I know Miami. So,
Let's
yeah,
see.
it was just a question, man. You know, like I said. So, but yeah, I was just wondering if you, if you get a chance to check it out, man, it gives an interesting backstory of why football is not important in the ACC like it was in the other Southern Conference schools or the Southeast schools and stuff like that. I guess they made their money off of basketball, but it was very good. I think you should check it out one day when you have some free time, which I know that's very, very rare. But hey, I'll keep looking for it. I hope you go back doing those races. Oh, I saw your show with the guy. I guess he used to be an assistant coach somewhere. He was talking about Miami and Southern Cal and Miami and Southern Cal. Why Miami will be back.
Yeah.
In the long run, and who was challenged Southern Cal. I'm kind of having it hard to believe. And I'm saying this, I don't want to piss any Miami fans off. I mean, I don't know if I don't really care, but I'm saying this out of all honesty. I know y'all a lot of got a lot of respect for Cristobal, but I brought this up to you before. I really don't see Miami coming back like they were in the 80s and 90s. And it's not because there's not a lot of talent down there, but there's just so many other schools that's going through there, cherry picking some of that talent, like Central Florida, South Florida. I know South Florida's not that good right now, but I mean, you got Florida International, you got Florida Atlantic. I mean, you just got so many schools down there where a kid can say, "Hey, I'm gonna be on TV anyway, so why should I go to Miami and sit on the bench behind this guy?" And what made those Florida schools so great to me was just that amount of depth they had. Like, their second team probably could have beat both first teams back in the 90s. You feel that way, but especially in the ACC, I think if you put Florida State second team out there, I think they would have beat most of the ACC schools at that time. Their second team probably could have came in like second place or tied for first back in the day. I mean, I just think they were just that talented. I just don't think you'll see a cluster of talent like that. Even if you go look at my Alabama, they're loaded, but I don't think like people can play with them. You know what I'm saying? Texas A&M and other schools can play like that. Unless you was another Florida school at that time, I don't see anybody that will play with Florida State, and Miami. I mean, Nebraska. Don't get me wrong, but I mean those teams were really, really good. I mean, I can't remember Florida losing in the SEC in the 90s to another SEC school. There's always seemed like it was Florida State beating them or them getting into the bowl game and losing. Florida State definitely ran shot under the ACC. And Miami, I know they fell off in the late 90s, but I mean, they were pretty dominant where they was just this. I mean, I just don't think you'll see that anymore like we saw that. It's amazing what Alabama's doing, but Alabama might lose one or two games where those other teams, they just won't be a challenge. I mean, I just really don't see Miami being back to being what people expect Miami to be. It's good to see them open up the pocketbook, because there was an article in North Carolina's paper one time about the revenue spending about 2 or 3 years ago, and Wake Forest and Duke spent more money than Miami did in sports. And I was shocked about that. And I was like, wow, those two small schools spend more money than Miami? And I know Miami's still a small school because it's real expensive to go there, but they were spending more money with all that NFL talent that Duke and Wake Forest was outspending them. That was just amazed by that, man. But I'll give somebody else a chance to talk, Mark. But yeah, I just don't see Miami coming back like that. It's not saying Miami won't be good, and we'll see when they play Clemson. And I think it's early November to see how good they are. But I really don't see them being what they once was. And not saying they don't have the capability, but I just think people think they're gonna lock down South Florida like that. When people, Kirby Smart's gonna get people out of there. Alabama gonna get people out of there. Clemson gonna get people out of there. I mean, and then you got the rest of the other Florida schools. I just don't see that happening like it used to. But I'll give other people a chance to talk, Mark. I'll get up with you later, man.
Thanks, man. I appreciate the call, DeAndre. Have a good night.
All right. You too.
All right. Falconer X, appreciate you being here a couple times with super chats and super stickers. And also, Tim, thank you so much for the contribution. Appreciate that. Don't know that I'll be able to get back to pull down Tim's comment, but we had that posted a second ago. Falconer X says, open up the phones. I need to hear how the turf factored into those lists. Why no consideration about the turf? I really blew it. I got to redo this entire thing. Falconer X, man, I wish you would have contacted me in private to not embarrass me in front of everyone. No, I don't have a turf list. No, I forgot the turf list. Man, that is category number one, of course, the turf. How did the turf, how many players got tripped up by the turf? Falconer X wants to know. Adam says this hurts. Someday Nebraska will return. Dylan, War Eagle. Love seeing some names that I don't see often or ever. With Dylan here, I'm going to give you one of these, Dylan. Welcome into the Voice of College Football. Would love to know who you root for. Auburn. But also how long you've been watching. And also with Adam, the Nebraska fan. Welcome into the Voice of College Football. How long you've been watching. Mayhem Matthew. What's up, Mark? Can I get a go dogs? Did I just say go dogs? Or do I have to say it again? I think I got it the first time. Mayhem, thanks for being here, man. John, the 1984 Wisconsin squad pretty much put this entire project on its ear, just turned it on its ear. That Wisconsin 84 team just completely wrecked this thing. Hummus Hero Duke with 17 conference championships is not a mistake. Look it up. Tim says Miami might be making a comeback, but I don't think that Clemson will stay where they are with the attrition in the coaching staff unless Dabo can channel his inner Nick. Phone lines are open, folks. 860-499-3332 if you've got anything on college football, especially our little all-time program rankings list. Dylan loves the respect for Auburn. Dylan, I didn't do anything. I just counted. I just did math. Now, I did come up with the criteria. I thought it was pretty fair. If I did it again, I may change a few things or tweak a few things. And if I wanted to get this perfect, if this was a life's mission, and I just devoted every second of time to this, yeah, there'd be a few things I would do differently that would take a whole lot of time to figure out. Like distributing conference championships would be one of them. All right, let's get back to the phone lines. We suddenly have three people on the line right here, the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Hey, it's Porter, Osborne.
Porter. What's going on?
Evening. All right. I asked a question earlier. I don't know if you answered it. I had to run to get a bite to eat. But are you valuing the modern college football a certain way versus, like for instance, does the 66 national championship from Michigan State, do you value that as much as you do, say, the 84 Brigham Young or the 97 Michigan?
Well, you brought up all split national champion. Well, not 84 BYU, but it's a controversial one. No, I didn't weight the national championships in any such way. I counted them all the same. Now, as I stated off the top, I don't know how much you got to see tonight. If I made this my life's work, I would tear this up even further, and I would weight national championships in some kind of slightly ascending order with a recency bias to it, especially since I go all the way back to 1922. Now, the reason I went back to 1922 is if the first college football game was played in 1869. So I went back all the way to 1869 and looked up the standings, and they're meaningless. There was like 3 games played. And it took me like 15 or 20 years to get to any place where there was any reasonable amount of games being played. And even then, it was like, number one, there weren't many games played. There were only like 8 teams or 12 teams. And then thirdly, all the teams that were competitive then are completely irrelevant and would not be even considered now. So why even count that? So I didn't see enough games being played and reasonable scores and competition until like the mid-20s. And so I thought, well, you know what? There's not a perfect year to start because it obviously was a gradual thing. You can't just say all of a sudden in 1930 college football became valid. But I thought, okay, I'll just dissect the last 100 years. So I went back to 1922, and I just didn't take the national championships as they are listed because I don't think they're accurate. So I went through every season and I added and subtracted national championships. I added a whole lot more than I subtracted.
Well, the ones that I hear about that I just kind of question, and they put them up on their stadiums and everything like that, are Pitt and Minnesota.
Okay.
Are those legitimate national championships that those 2 programs always try to promote?
Well, what do you consider to be a legit national championship? Let's see.
Well, I mean, I like Minnesota. I want to say Minnesota claimed something like 6 or 8 national championships.
Well,
and
I've got them with 6.
Yeah,
I went through every year.
6.
I went through every year, and I gave a national championship to. So let me see if I can give you a year that you can relate to. In 1993, Florida State won the national championship. They won the AP and the coaches poll. Well, Florida State went 12-1, and Notre Dame had the same record, and Notre Dame beat Florida State head-to-head. Why does Notre Dame not have a national championship for that? Did they not earn a national championship just as much as Florida State did, if not more? They won the game head-to-head, and it wasn't even that like a nail biter. It was on the scoreboard, but if you watch the game, wasn't that close.
Yeah, I mean, I remember Florida State got a cheap touchdown at the end to make it look better, but how? What was Boston College ranking that when
17.
they turned around and beat Notre Dame? Oh, they were ranked. I didn't know
they were 9-3. So they were 17th in the country.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't understand this. That's completely idiotic. 2 teams play a comparable schedule. They both play difficult schedules. If you look at the 2 schedules, it's a toss-up, and Notre Dame won the game. So, if anything, Notre Dame should be the national champion.
Well, okay. I mean, I don't disagree with that, but the way you did it, like let me give you an example. My Georgia Bulldogs were ranked national champions by Litzen Kunis. I don't even know how to pronounce the poll in 1968. Tennessee was ranked number one by that same polling service. It's not even around anymore. Lichten, do you know which one I'm talking about?
Yes.
But
I went back to team
explain it.
schedules and I looked at the season, and I did not give Georgia or Tennessee a 1968 national championship. Ohio State is the national champion according to the AP and the coaches poll and the major polls, but I added on Penn State as a national champion that year because they went undefeated.
Yeah, that's fine too. I guess I'm not saying Georgia should claim. I'm saying, why does Tennessee claim 1967 when they were ranked number one by some dinky poll that nobody's ever heard of?
Because some schools are like that and others aren't. Some will grasp onto any championship they can get. Auburn is the opposite. Auburn could hoist a banner for 2004, right?
No, I don't. They wouldn't have. I don't think they would have beaten that Southern Cal team.
Well, no. It has nothing to do with what we think would have happened. We could think all sorts of things. Nobody thought Miami was going to beat Nebraska in the '84 Orange Bowl. So if they didn't play, would we sit here 30 years later and say, well, there's no way Miami could have ever beaten Nebraska in the Orange Bowl? It has nothing to do with, I take all that out. I take out what I think would have happened. I take what did happen, and Auburn went undefeated in the SEC and went undefeated. Therefore, why are they not given a share of a national championship? It's stupid. It makes no sense.
Didn't Penn State go undefeated, 95 or something like
94.
that?
I give them a national championship.
Okay. So at least you're consistent. I mean, I don't think you should, but that's fine.
Well, obviously, I'm not giving them a national championship. I have no power to give a national championship. But in terms of my bookkeeping and my records, yes. Nebraska and Penn State in 94, people can have all sorts of arguments over who would have won a game between the two, but we'll never know. And Penn State, and they flip-flopped in the polls all year. And it was one of those situations where Penn State played a couple close games and they were closer on the scoreboard than they actually were. And Nebraska played a little bit better at the end of the season. And they, for some reason, did not get a split national championship, where other times the voters split the national championship. I am just all for giving championships that are earned.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, Auburn had great teams in '83, and they had great teams in '04, but it had a great team in '04, a great team in '83. The problem with Auburn is they got to the postseason and played two very boring games at the Sugar Bowl. They beat Michigan, I want to say 9-7.
Yes.
In '83, it's for Sugar Bowl, as about a boring a game as you'll ever watch.
Yeah.
And then they played Virginia Tech. I think they beat them something like 12-9 or something like. I mean, it was just,
I think they beat them like 19-13. Anyway,
I mean, it was a terrible. It was a boring game. They know they needed to put on a show, and they did.
Yeah, but football shouldn't be about who puts a show on. It should be about results. And I'm glad you brought up 1983. I give Auburn a national championship in 1983. And Miami fans, don't jump all over me. I did not take away your national championship, but I added one to Auburn. If you compare the schedule Auburn played against the schedule Miami played, there's no comparison. Auburn played one of the most difficult schedules in the history of college football in 1983. Why didn't they win a share of the national championship? Doesn't make any sense.
I think the New York Times ranked them number one that year.
Yeah, somebody did.
Even with, but yeah, that was a great team. I mean, I hated it because Georgia had just won 3 straight SEC championships and we're about to win our 4th, and Auburn came to town. I think they lost 13-7 to them. They were a great team. You know, I don't know if you heard, Lionel James passed away over recently.
I did hear that. Yep.
He was on the '83 Auburn team. I think he was one of the they played an old fashioned wishbone, and he and Bo Jackson were kind of the tail end of that wishbone. That was a fun year. I mean, I still say January 1st, 1984 was the greatest day in college football history. And you know, I think your Buckeyes started off in Tempe, and then my Dogs had a big upset over Texas there in Dallas, which allowed, which I still say Tom Osborne should have kicked the extra point. My gosh, what was he thinking?
Yeah, I don't know what he was thinking, because he would have won the national championship. I think he just felt as though they had a good play, and he was also thinking that he would emphatically win the national championship and not have to answer a bunch of questions about, well, you tied. You won a national championship on a tie.
Who cares? I mean, Georgia. If Georgia had gotten boat raced by Texas previously that day, then I would think. I could see the logic of going for two. But I mean, it was wide open for him. All he had to do was kick the extra point, and it was done. It was going to be. I mean, it would have been unanimous. But I don't know. Looking back, but you know, he won plenty. You know, there in the '90s, very deserving. I mean, that I still say. Everybody talks about the 01 Miami and you know, 19 LSU and all that. People forget that 95 Nebraska team may be the greatest team ever.
Mm-hmm.
The way they beat Florida. I mean, I saw Florida in '95. By mid-season, they looked like the 49ers out there. They were unbelievable the way they went up and down the field. And the way Nebraska just abused them that night, I mean, that was unbelievable.
I know it. Yeah, that team did not play close games. As opposed to the Michigan-Nebraska argument in '97. I think that's a good one. I think it's legit. But the '95 Nebraska team did not play any close games. They killed everyone.
I mean, and that's another example of you know, a team, a great program in Nebraska that was able to build their program with just outstanding offensive linemen and defensive linemen there locally, and then go cherry pick players in the Sun Belt, getting Tommy Frazier out of Florida. And unfortunately for programs, you know, that kind of shows that when you have a program and you lose momentum, and you can't go down there and get players. I mean, it is so hard for programs like Nebraska to come back when they're down for a long period of time, because they don't, you know, the kids don't remember how great they were, and it's going to be tough for them. But anyway, I know there's two other people on the line, so I'll get off. But enjoy the show, and I'll continue to call in.
Thank you, Porter. Appreciate it, man. Have a good one. Yeah, see, I'm not in the business of saying this would have happened or that would have happened, or we all know that so-and-so would have killed so-and-so. Now, I could have my opinion, but I just take whatever the results were and whatever I believe was fair and just to say, why is this team left out? And I get it. If you're voting, if you're an AP voter, you have to submit a ballot that's 1 through 25. I get it. I would have had to make that decision too. If I was an AP voter any one of those years, I would have had to put a team 1 and a team 2. So I don't fault them. But if there would be some type of overriding committee or somebody with brains that said, well, we got 3 teams that went undefeated and they all played really good schedules and they didn't play each other and they won bowl games, et cetera, So why are we giving a national champion to one of them and not the other two who have just as good a qualifications as the other one? That's what's been wrong with college football, going back to all these decades of voting. Welcome into the voice of college football. Who's on the line?
Yo, this is Dennis.
Dennis. What's going on?
Hey, Senor Rogers, man. You just told something about 1922. When you're talking about the all-time records, though, you're going all the way back before 1922, though, right?
Yes.
All right. That makes sense now. Because I was saying, man, 1922, that don't make, some of the numbers you were coming up with. The other thing, how you come up with a win percentage? What are you doing with the ties?
Ties are counted half wins and half losses.
Yeah, that's garbage, don't you think? I'm not criticizing you because I know this is like a de facto standard for
I
college
didn't make
football.
that up. Sure. What do you think should be done?
It should be like a third, not a half. It should even be like it should be a side count too, because it's not a win. If it's a win percentage, what are we doing counting ties towards the win percentage? You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's also counting toward the loss percentage, if you want to look at it that way. So you can inverse the win percentage and say,
but it's not a win. But it's not a win.
It's also not a loss.
Percentage,
but it's also not a loss.
But you're telling me it's a win percentage.
Hang on.
You're not winning 84% of the time. You're not winning 70% of the time. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, dial it down for just a second. Let me see. I completely agree with you. I understand what you're saying, but do you understand that even though nobody looks at it this way, the win percentage is exactly the inverse of a loss percent. Like we could put a loss percentage up there and it would be the same exact thing. It would just, the numbers would be 100 minus 732, 731, etc. And it would be a loss percentage. No, I'm stating I'm stating mathematical fact.
Ties aren't counted as a half a win.
Yes, they are. They are counted half win and half loss.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Go look at Premier League. It's 3 points for a win, 1 point for a tie.
We're not talking about the freaking Premier League. Go to a freaking soccer channel and talk about the Premier League. I'm talking about college football. You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
A tie is not a win. A tie is not a win.
Okay, I'm going to raise the volume and give him one more chance to be a human being, and we'll see what we get.
If you have 40 ties, 40 ties are counted about the same as what? 20 wins, right?
20 wins and 20 losses. I didn't make this up. This is not my statistic.
I'm not told you that. And I even said that, and then you got offended.
Down.
Stop getting offended. I'm telling you, that's a garbage way.
Talk.
No, I'm going to tell you what's going on here. That's a garbage way.
I'm going to give you
know what happens?
A count of three to calm down and talk.
Ever since they allowed overtime, right?
Yes. What about overtime? Yes.
Now teams don't benefit. From having a tie, right?
Absolutely.
Now there's a winner and a loser. Huh?
Yes. I'm all for that.
Yeah, so it's garbage. This win percentage, that should be thrown out, yo. Because it's not a win percentage.
Well, if somebody wants to work for me and they want to go through every record in the history of college football and they want to do the math on that, then go to it. I don't have the time to go through everybody's all-time record and take out the losses or take out the ties and then recalculate the winning percentage. And you know what? There are so few ties and they're pretty equitable throughout the teams that it wouldn't hardly matter. It would hardly change the winning percentage at all.
Mark, how many, on average, how many overtime games do we get a year?
I don't know. I'd have to
the past 20 years.
Think about it.
32.
32. Okay. That's only one.
How many overtime games? Look at your team.
That's
Ohio
only
State.
one
How many
for every 4 teams in college football.
In the past 10 years or 20 years, the average for FBS is 32 overtime games in a season.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I'll trust your statistic. That means that's one per every four
It's
teams.
CBS's statistic.
Okay. That's one for every four teams. Okay. What's your point?
I'm saying it is significant. You're trying to tell me that all of a sudden we're going to take 32 games and say they're half wins, but they're not. They're not. In fact, the NFL,
that's the way that they were counted
before the
in
1970s.
history. I did not come up with a statistic. That is not my formulation or calculation.
And I said that. I said it.
Okay, fine. You made your point. You don't like ties. I don't like ties. I'm not offended by it.
I'm going to go on the next one, yo.
I'm just telling you, what am I supposed to do about it? Okay, you don't like ties. I didn't like ties either. And obviously, enough people didn't like ties that we came up with overtime. So now we have overtime. So what?
But we still count the ties as half a win.
Yes. So
that's garbage.
Go to whomever keeps the records. You're talking to the wrong person.
You know, football coach said that, right?
Go.
You know, coach said that, right? Your previous caller was talking about kicking an extra point instead.
Yes.
Because ties, that's not American, yo. That's not American. We'll go on the next one, though.
I agree with you.
Because I proved my point.
You didn't prove anything. All you proved is that
you give Ohio State.
All you proved, if you don't shut up while I'm talking, I allow you to talk, then I talk, then you talk. This is the way a conversation works. Both of us screaming at the same time doesn't work. And if it happens again, we're done with the conversation.
Go.
Okay, make your next point, and then I'll respond. Make your next point, then I'll respond.
I was about to, and then you just interrupted.
I did not interrupt.
Are you giving Ohio State a national championship?
Okay, what's your point? What don't you like now?
What years are you giving Ohio State a national championship?
I'm not giving anyone a national championship. They're earning national championships. I took one away. Let's see. In 1970, I took one away from Ohio State, and I awarded 4 teams a national championship, including Ohio State in 1975, because we had 4 11-1 teams. That would be one instance right there.
You want to give them a 1 year, 1 national championship? Which years did you give Ohio State a national championship?
Like I said, I took one away in 1970. And I think there's another one I took away. I'd have to go through the whole list. And then I added one, and they are not the only one with a national championship in 1975 or in 2012. They were undefeated. I gave Auburn a national championship in 1993. When they were undefeated, and Auburn a national championship in 2000.
Auburn, man. I'm asking about Ohio State.
In 2004 when they were undefeated, and Ohio State in 2012 when they were undefeated.
So you don't know the years you gave Ohio State a national championship, or you're counting that national championship for Ohio State in certain years?
I just.
Are you counting the the 2002 one? 2001, 2002?
2002, Ohio State won the national championship. Yes.
Okay. What about, I don't know, 1961?
1961. No, Alabama's the national champion.
All right. Then how many years did you give Ohio State a national championship?
I just told you.
Or are you counting it? No, you didn't. You just said 2 years. You said I took one away and I gave one. And you named those 2 years.
I told you twice, 1975 and 2012.
And then I had to ask about 1961. I had that. Never mind. You don't know. All right. It's just we'll wing it too here. Let's see. Oh, the dynasty definition. Yo, I don't know where people coming from. Dynasties, 7 years. In 7 years, you have 3 national championships. Or you get 2 national championships, 1 appearance in the national championship game, and then you finish in the top 5 for 4 years. Or, this is part C, in 7 years, you have 2 national championships, and you finish in the top 5, 6 of those 7 years. It's like the international standard for sports terminology for what a dynasty is, a dynastic run for a team. And I just morphed it a little bit for college football. But yeah, 1961, you only gave it to Alabama, that's it?
Yes.
All right. As long as you're straight on that win percentage, it's not a win percentage. It's some convoluted stat.
Okay.
They just made up, yo.
If you took any one of those teams' winning percentage as it stands, and it's officially marked and counted right now, and you took those ties away, and you deducted a half a win and a half a loss because you took away the tie, I guarantee their win percentage would barely fluctuate over the course of the history of college football.
You really want to do that?
I'm not doing it personally. No, I've got better things to do than go through everybody's record in the history of college football and deduct their ties.
But we can do one team, though. We can do one team.
We could do one team, but here's the thing. If we did one team,
What's the overall record? What's the overall record for Ohio State?
I don't have it in front of me. I don't know. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Yes, it would change their. So let's take Ohio State. They're at 732. Let's say we took away all the ties and it dropped it to 727. Okay. Well, it would be dropping everybody's win percentage. Everybody that's got a good winning percentage, obviously, if you take away the ties, it's a half win and a half loss. It's a 500 record. It's going to drop their winning percentage. And everybody that's got a losing record, it's going to increase their winning percentage because you're taking away a 50% winning percentage off of their total. So, yes, Ohio State's win percentage is going to go down, but so is Alabama's, so is Notre Dame, Michigan, Oklahoma. They're all going to go down by a few points. And they're not going to go down exactly the same, of course, because they tied different numbers of games. Mark? What's that?
Some more than others, right?
Yes, absolutely. Right? They didn't all tie exactly the same number of games.
That's correct, Mark. That's correct. Some people play like 60.
So do the math and come back and give us your true winning percentage.
Like
it sounds like you have come up with a new statistic, and I have no issue with it. Take out the ties and recalculate everybody.
It's not a new statistic. It's not a new statistic.
Whatever.
I'm not going to be a plagiarizer.
Do the math or show me the website that's
every other sport.
If this is not
every other sport, they do it.
If this is not a new statistic, then show me the website that has that statistic, and I'll be able to reference that, and you'll be happy or less mad, I guess.
Go to LaLiga.com. Go to PremierLeague.com.
No,
go to
with these teams, with actual college football teams, not with them. I don't care what their records. I could care less about soccer. I don't care about soccer. I don't want to know their record. I want to know Ohio State's record, Alabama's record, Notre Dame's records without the ties, because that's what you want. You want to see their records without the ties. So either you're going to do the math or you tell me that already exists. So pull up the statistics.
No, right. I want to see a winning percentage that's actually a winning percentage, not a winning
you're
percentage.
You're talking to the wrong person.
A more tie percentage.
Then you're talking to the wrong person to do that. Thanks for the call. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
I sometimes wonder if people wake up that angry, or what if ties in college football that are all more than 24 years old get people that worked up. Boy, man, please get something that maybe get a dog or get, I don't know, get your favorite ice cream tonight, or don't go to booze, because then you're going to have to rebound from that. But welcome into the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Good evening, Mark. It's J-Dub calling from Des Moines. You have the patience of Job, my friend.
Yeah.
On behalf of the comment section, I would suggest that Dennis go and play in traffic. But the only problem with that is that some unfortunate soul would probably have damage to their vehicle when they smashed into him. So
Dennis,
maybe we shouldn't suggest that. Yeah. And you get these belligerent fools like this. You can't argue mathematical theory with them. Like anybody that understands how arithmetic works, like basic fourth grade math, Ohio State, Oklahoma, Alabama, Notre Dame, all those, if you factor in the very, very, very low percentage of their games that were ties, are going to be more detrimentally affected than somebody like Iowa State, Colorado, Utah State, that have winning percentages in the 400s. It's going to have a higher impact, a more positive impact. But you can't explain that. So I just wanted to come on and say thank you for all your efforts in putting all this together, so that those of us who can try to keep our cool can calmly go back and forth and throw eggs at each other and debate college football, which is what makes it so great. So thank you for going through the trouble of putting all this together. I know you have an enormous crack staff helping you there. Yeah.
Yeah. Where are they tonight? They went and hid somewhere.
Yeah, I know you have a whole room of interns stashed away somewhere in Bristol who are helping you do this. The one thing, I'm a Bama grad, graduated in '89. I'll take the 18 natties, but like you, there's two or three that I'm not sure Bama should have, but there's two or three that I think they should have.
There you go. And that's what happened. I didn't take their 18 claimed. I took a few away, but then I thought I was going to be, to be honest with you, J-Dub, I thought that I was going to take a few Alabamas away, and I thought we're going to be at 14 and I'm going to have these Alabama fans all over me. But I went through each season and they earned one here just as much as these other two teams. So, and then it came out the same.
I mean, you look at, yeah, I mean, as much as you could argue about, okay, well, I'm not sure, I'm not comfortable with 73. The reverse side of that is, how could you be comfortable then with 66? If you yank 73 away, you can make the same argument. Then, therefore, let's go back to 66 when it should have been.
And that's exactly what I did. I tacked on 66 and I dropped 73.
Right, and then you've got arguments for 77 and 78. So 78, the comment section loves to talk about USC, the Alabama head-to-head. They certainly did. You know what happened to USC 3 weeks later? They lost by 13 points to an unranked Arizona State.
That
was USC's law.
I'm a big head-to-head guy, so I do go USC that year. But that 77 season, I've got Alabama with a title.
Okay. So, yeah, I guess for me, the comfortable thing for me was when you said, I'm going to go through these and do these. I didn't look at every school. I just looked at my own. I looked at Alabama, and I thought, okay, let's objectively, I myself trying to be objective. I'm going to yank this one. I'm going to yank this one. But then, you know what? It should have been that, and I still came up with 18. So I thought, you know what? The Georgia fans, the LSU, the Auburn fans, they're all going to hate this. But it's still 18. You take some away, add some. But I think what your winning percentage, your bowl, your All-Americans, all the list that you came up with, the conference championships, shows is that the Blue Bloods, even though we've had Nebraska, they've fallen off lately. Oklahoma has not been what they were for a while. Some of the schools have dropped away. Notre Dame why don't Notre Dame have more bowl wins? Because Notre Dame for years and years and years wasn't allowed. They didn't let themselves go to a bowl. It was kind of like they hamstrung themselves like the Big Ten did with the Rose Bowl situation. But if you look at the top 4 or 5 programs, if you look at the Ohio State, Alabama, Oklahoma, USC, it's sustained excellence over a long period of time. You get somebody like Miami, they've got big numbers. Clemson's got good numbers, but it's one little burst. It's not over a 40 or a 50-year stretch. It's not every decade I keep seeing their name. And that's what I think your list here has pulled up. I mean, it's a very thin, outside of the national championships, it's a very thin margin at the top. You know, winning percentage-wise, it's a real thin, but it's the same 4 or 5. And as you pointed out, I can't remember the specific statistic you pointed out, but you pointed them out in 1 or 2. After you get through the first 4 or 5, then the drop is dramatic. It's like in the All-Americans, Notre Dame was like, 102, and then like number 6 was like 48.
Yeah. And also, not necessarily the NFL draft picks, but the first round picks. Like there's more equity and parity with the draft picks, but the first rounders, it's really weighted with those 4 or 5.
Right. And then I was interested. I'm going to go back through and rewatch this, and I'm going to do a little something extra. And I'm going to say each school, will take Notre Dame for just use them as an example. How many overall draft picks have they had, and then what percentage of those draft picks were first rounders? You know,
yeah. Well, that's just like
pouring, you know.
J-Dub, that's just like with conference championships. Again, this is not a perfect system. I just thought, okay, let's go through this criteria, and put it together. And I think it's solid. I think it's pretty accurate. I think it's something to look at, take into consideration. Is it perfect? Of course, it's not perfect. There are bowl games that are not major bowl games, Citrus Bowl games, Outback Bowl games, Holiday Bowl games, where there are opponents that are better than some other teams that play in major bowl games. But by and large, 90% of the time, the major bowl games are better opponents than the other bowl games. The conference championships, that's tainted, because even though I think conference championships are really important and they hold a lot of value with me, of course, Penn State didn't play in a conference in forever, and Notre Dame never has. And so that hurts their number. And also, if you take like a Florida State, if I was going to put more time into this, I would have taken your percentage of conference championships. So if Florida State being in the ACC for X number of years, like 30 seasons, and they've got 15 conference championships, that's better than other teams that have more conference championships but have been in the ACC for the entire time, so forth and so on. But I don't have the time to make this like a 4-year project. So, you know.
Right. But it's what they say is, figures lie and liars figure. It's one of the great fun things about college football is even though everybody, you talk about the AP national championships, and you say that's what we're going to go by. Are there flaws in the AP system? Sure. But it's what everybody's agreed to. We've all agreed to. We all got, everybody said, okay, this is the system we're going to use, flawed as it is. So then you can still point out that it's flawed, but you can't trash the system because you agreed to abide by it. So, it is what it is. And, if these ties, God, I hate to go back to it, but why the hell would I care what percentage, how many points the Premier League gives to Manchester United when they beat when they tie Queens Park Rangers 0-0? What the hell's that got to do with Alabama playing Ohio State?
I don't know.
What I mean? God bless college football. It's the greatest sport. It's the greatest sport going. And thanks for all you do for helping us enjoy it, Mark. I appreciate it.
Thanks, J-Dub. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it, man. Have a good night. The other thing that would be awesome is to be able to put in all these numbers and then have a built-in system where we could press a button and say everything since 1980, click, and it would all add it up, and we could see, okay, everything since 2000. Click. Now that would be great. That I would love to do. Let's get to our next caller here at the Voice of College Football, and I believe I know who this is. Bam.
Yeah, Mark. Yeah, Mark Rogers. It seems like you got some people on there that need to go with the decaf tonight or something. I don't know. It's
Whew.
yeah. I wanted to chime in the talk about these national title years. I'm going to try and answer the one gentleman that called that was rather loud earlier about some of the years for Ohio State. I'm going to try and fill in some of the blanks as best as I can. I would agree. The 2 years Ohio State says 8, but I think it's more realistic like 6, to be perfectly honest, because the years that they probably should have it is 42, 54, 57, 68, 02, and 14. Those were AP or UPI national titles, which were always the split poll national titles since the poll era started in, I believe, 36. So those would be the years. The 61 and 70 national titles weren't AP or UPI. Now, you said 75. I think Ohio State has a more legitimate case for 73, where they beat USC like they stole something in the Rose Bowl by 3 touchdowns, and they finished undefeated with a tie. That was the year of the famous 10-10 tie against Michigan. Go see the Big Ten Network tiebreaker on that catalogs that whole deal and that vote that year. But I think they have a better claim. Although I tell you what, there's 2 other programs that might have had a claim that year, which was Oklahoma finished undefeated with the tie, but I believe they were on probation in 73. And then Paterno had his 3rd undefeated team with his only Heisman Trophy winner in John Capraletti. So those. Now, who did you give it to in 73? Did you give it to somebody else other than Notre Dame, Mark?
No. And I looked at Penn State, and based on how I typically would have looked at that, I thought I was going to go Penn State. But if you look at Penn State's schedule, I don't know that I don't know if that is similar to playing like a Cincinnati schedule today. The Ohio State, yeah, I understand your point in 73. They took on a USC team that was one of the best in the country. They smacked them around, won the Rose Bowl, but they did tie a game. Notre Dame was undefeated.
Yeah.
And so I just think that's the end of the argument right there for me. In that particular case, I don't discount your argument. And in 75, I guess I've peeled myself away from looking at bowl games as postseason games. They're after the season, but they're not playoff games. It's just another game that's been added. And so when I see an Ohio State in this case go 11-1, and all these other teams go 11-1, and they lost games, and I'm looking at the schedules and I'm thinking, well, Ohio State just lost in the Rose Bowl. Well, these other teams lost other games, so I've got a 4-way tie for the national title in 75.
Well, you know what's interesting about 70? We lose to Plunkett and Stanford. And by the way, Ohio State was close to winning 3 national titles in a row from 68 to 70. They had the worst loss maybe in the history of the school, and Michigan's greatest victory in 1969 when Bo started the 10-year war, and he broke our 22-game winning streak, and we were clear-cut number 1 in the country. And then in 70, we avenged the loss, but then we lose in the 4th quarter. Plunkett comes back and beats us with 2 touchdowns. But the thing about it was Texas got the UPI national title that year, and they lost to Notre Dame in the cut. So, that I found that to be kind of strange. I don't know if you noticed that as well, Mark.
Oh, yeah. So for me, 1970, Nebraska is the lone national champion.
Yeah. Yeah, I could buy that. Well, I mean, they didn't win their bowl game. They didn't win the Orange Bowl that year, right?
Yes.
By the way, the interesting thing about 61 is Ohio State did have a tie that year to TCU, but That's an interesting year. It was actually Ohio State's faculty that may have cost them the national title because I believe they were ranked number 1 going to the Rose Bowl. And I don't know if you heard the story about that year, Mark. Maybe your Ohio State people could tell you this. The faculty said that they shouldn't go to the Rose Bowl because football was becoming too big at Ohio State.
Oh, my. If those people could only come back to
true.
life and see today.
Yeah, that's a true story. That's a true story.
I'd forgotten that.
They voted for him not to go to the Rose Bowl, and if they'd have gone to the Rose Bowl and won the Rose Bowl, they might have shared the national title. Let's say they would have had an impressive win in the Rose Bowl, that you could have made a case that they maybe should have deserved at least a share of it that year with Alabama.
Wasn't there some service out there that gave them a national title in '61?
Yeah, right. It was like some football poll, and I'll be the first to say, as a diehard Ohio State fan, that one shouldn't count. I don't think 61 and I don't think 70 should count. That's why I came up, to answer Dennis's question. Those would be the years that I would count. I think you could make a case for 73. I still think you can make a case for 1996. At the very least, I still don't think John Cooper has gotten the thank you card from Steve Spurrier for helping him to win the national title that year. He should also send the thank you cards to John Makovic, by the way, who defeated Texas, or Texas defeated Nebraska in the Big 12 title game. Or Nebraska would have been playing for yet another national title that year.
Well, I've got a 3-way tie in '96. I've got a shared national title with 3 teams.
Right, because what would you go? Florida, you'd go Ohio State, and then would you go Arizona State too?
Florida State.
Okay.
They split.
That's true. Obviously,
they split. Again, for some
agree.
reason, voters are looking at that in 1996 as it's a playoff game. Well, I shouldn't say it that way. Again, if you would have been a voter, if I would have been a voter, you had to make a decision. It wasn't like there were committees around to say, you know what, we got this situation where they've earned it, so we're going to give 3 national championships out, or even 2 national championships. People just voted, and on the line next to number 1, you had to only put 1 team. So I get the dilemma, and if I was presented with that, I would have certainly chosen Florida over Florida State because they ambushed them in their win. So their win was much more impressive than Florida State's win. So if I would have only been given 1 choice to claim a national championship, and I would have even voted Florida over Ohio State, not because I necessarily thought that they were better, but that I thought they were given the opportunity to avenge their loss. And they also lost to a better team, and they avenged that loss, and they did it emphatically.
See, Auburn, you just gave it to Auburn in '93, Mark?
No. Not just to Auburn. No. I added Auburn.
So you would have split Auburn and Notre Dame in '93.
Yes.
Okay.
And the only times I gave a team on probation a national championship or a share of the national championship is when they went undefeated and a team won the national championship, because in all these cases, they, of course, didn't get to play in a bowl game. So I discredit them to a certain extent and only gave them a national championship when they went undefeated, when the national champion, the recognized champion, lost a game.
See, the thing about it is that was a crazy year because you think about it, Notre Dame beats them and then they lose the next week to Boston College. Should the real national title game that year? Well, because Auburn was on probation, so they couldn't play in a bowl game. So the national title game should have been really Nebraska and West Virginia, because those were the only 2 undefeated teams that could play in a bowl game, actually, in '93.
Yeah. That's who should have played.
Right. Now, did you do 82? Did you say would you have taken SMU over Penn State?
I gave them both a share.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Did SMU have very many quality victories that year?
They actually did. I looked at their schedule that year. I can't remember it offhand. That's when the Southwest Conference was really good, but it was starting to come down a little bit. It wasn't what it was in the 70s. So they beat a 19th ranked Texas team. They beat number 9 Arkansas and then number 6 Pitt and Dan Marino in the I'm sorry, they tied Arkansas. Number 9 Arkansas. That was a tie. Then they beat Pitt. So they only beat 2 ranked teams. So that was ranking at time of kickoff. Shoot, I can't get this to. So I don't know what the final rankings would say, but Texas finished 17th. So they beat them and they tied Arkansas and they beat Pitt, who was number 6. So not the most daunting schedule.
Yeah, I think the thing about it was, well, I mean, Penn State beat 2 top 5 teams that year in Nebraska and Georgia.
Yes.
So now, did you split Penn State and Nebraska in '94?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think I would have too.
It's the only fair thing to do.
Yeah, that's probably true. But Paterno, 5 undefeated teams, but 4 of them don't win national titles.
Yeah, and then he picks up another one with a team that lost a game. And that's what I'm trying to get across as well is it doesn't mean I don't have opinion about who would win some of these matchups, but I didn't factor that into. That doesn't mean I don't have an opinion Nebraska, Michigan 97 or Penn State, Nebraska 94, but I just believe it's fair that there's a shared national title.
Hey, would you have given Boise a share of it in 06?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Oh, really? That's interesting.
I'm looking at you know how many teams I have winning the national championship in 07? 6.
Yeah, that was a crazy year. You had 6 teams win the national title in 07? Yeah.
LSU lost 2 games.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the only national champion I can ever remember with 2 losses.
I've got 6 teams in 77 as well.
Well, yeah, Alabama, Notre Dame, Texas, and
Arkansas and Penn State.
Arkansas. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's some years out there, even in the BCS years. Now, you gave it to Auburn. You split Auburn and USC in 04 too, right?
Yes. And Utah.
Okay. That's true. Although, how many quality wins did Urban have that year? I know they beat an OK Pitt team in the Fiesta. Did they have very many quality wins?
That Pitt team wasn't very good.
Yeah, that's back when the Big East was getting BCS bids, which was always kind of, where that conference was at the time. So,
all right, Dave.
Well, I find these years very interesting, Mark.
Yep.
As always, keep up the good work, and you have the patience of Job. I agree with the former caller. You take care of yourself.
Thanks a lot, Dave. I appreciate it. Have a good night. All right, let's get to the next call here at the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Hey, Mark, it's Michael. How you doing tonight, sir?
Hey, Michael. I'm doing well. How are you?
Pretty good. Are you come back down yet, or are you still agitated?
I was agitated?
Well, at that one caller. Hey, I got a couple of questions. This is going back, I think it was the 1991 Orange Bowl between Notre Dame and Colorado, where, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't that the game that the Rocket had the punt return?
Yep.
For the touchdown that would have gave them the lead and eventually would have won the national championship?
Yes.
But would that have been a 3-way or a 4-way national championship that year?
Well,
in your opinion?
Well, here's the deal. I didn't credit Notre Dame with anything there because I'm not changing officiating calls in history. So I understand what you're talking, and we'll address that situation. But just in terms of what I'm doing here, I wasn't going through and thinking, okay, well, that so-and-so blew that call, and so that's going to change that game, and so-and-so blew that call, and that changed that game, and that sort of thing in terms of judgment calls. Now, there was a situation with Colorado obviously receiving a 5th down that year that led to a win. Plus, Colorado lost a game and tied a game anyway. So I stripped Colorado of that national championship. It's gone.
Okay.
But to answer your first question, or what I think your first point was, I thought that was a cheap, chintzy call, and we'll never know if Notre Dame would have won the game, but that was a 10-9 game. Nobody was moving the ball. Nobody could score. Nobody could throw. Colorado, I bet, threw for 40 yards in that game. So that score was with 45 seconds left in the game. The odds of Colorado scoring a touchdown to win the game were about nothing.
Yeah. And another thing, I won't get into the Ohio State Miami game, but this is probably program rankings and stuff like that. But who would you say is probably the best, in your opinion, the best team or teams that hasn't sniffed the national championship as far as like that word? If you was to do separate rankings, or is that something you would have to put together?
Oh, who is
as
never
teams who's been good,
who's never won a national championship?
Yes.
Well, Oregon comes to mind immediately.
Mm-hmm. But they played for national championships still, haven't they?
Yes.
I'm saying teams in general who've been good, but just hasn't. Maybe they've been like the 4th, 5th, or 6th team right in the rankings. Just never had the chance to play for national championship.
Oh, they've never played for a national championship.
Yes.
Who are the best teams that have never played for a national championship? Well, off the top of my head, I would say North Carolina, TCU, Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State's won a national title, so throw them out.
Didn't TCU win a national championship?
Well, there you go. TCU's won national titles. Yes, you're right. They have. We've got them with, I forget how many national titles. We've got a few.
I would think Frank Beamer teams and stuff like that will, or the time they played,
They played for a national title.
In
1999.
Or would that be something you have to be a work in progress to do?
Well, I'm sorry, Michael. I'm not completely maybe grasping your question. You want to know who I believe are the best programs to never play for a national title?
Yeah, because you said the all-time program rankings and stuff like that. I didn't know if that'd be like another video for somewhere down the road and stuff.
Are you talking about specific teams and specific years? Or are you talking about like programs over the
programs in general?
Oh, programs in general?
Yes.
There's a lot of teams that have won national championships. My goodness, you got to go far down the list. Purdue's got a national championship, don't they?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
So they don't even count. I guess it's maybe Stanford.
They don't.
How about Stanford?
Stanford.
Kansas State. We're really dragging to the bottom of the barrel to find teams that have never played for a national championship.
I guess what I'm saying is like back in the 50s and 60s where it was limited and stuff like that, to where it was hard to get into bowl games because you didn't have so many and stuff like that. But the teams, I guess, was like undefeated and never got a chance, I guess, on state also as well.
All right, Michael. Anything else?
Other than that, that's about it. And hopefully you can do something like that too, dude. All right, dude. Thanks anyway.
I appreciate it, Michael. Have a good night.
Yep, take care. You too. Thanks.
I apologize. I was not following that request. The best programs of all time that never played for a national championship. So I threw out Stanford and Kansas State. That's the best I could do. I don't know who else. Everybody's played. Illinois got national championships. Georgia Tech has national championships. Maryland has national championships. All right. Welcome into the voice of college football. Who's on the line?
Hey, Mark. This is Emmanuel. I've got, of course, the most random questions.
Okay.
And hopefully I don't detour too much from the conversation.
No worries.
But I won't bring up Premier League soccer, though. That's what a caller.
Yeah. Well,
it was enjoyable in some ways.
I like the passion. I would like it to be at
I did too.
A lower volume, or there to be some kind of gap between statements, but that's fine. What do you got tonight?
Yeah, and I was actually going to say prior to the caller, and I was going to say, I think one of the biggest appeal that you have is that your opinions are based on facts. And me, and I think every caller and just about every college football fan, our opinions are mostly based on emotion, right? Or our love of a team. So
and there's room for both.
You bring up facts. There's room for both, but I think you just bring the facts. You put yourself away from the emotion and just bring the facts in. Any type of argument that someone brings up is usually, squashed really, really quickly.
Well, I appreciate that, Emmanuel. I do get emotional at
definitely.
times. I do get a little heated at times, but I am doing that defending whatever I think is the truth or the data or whatever.
When you get heated because you're defending facts. That's when you get heated, when people are trying to steer away from facts. That's when you're like, hey, no, you're like, I heard some guy saying something that's completely false, and you told him, oh, that's completely false because of this, but he would not accept it. And so anyways, to my random questions. So someone mentioned the turf as the turf list, but my question was in regards to the combine. This year, I think every single position had their best numbers. The wide receivers had these incredible numbers.
Yeah.
And people were like, wow, they figured out the 40. But when, some flags started to raise when you have positions where like offensive linemen were running faster than ever. Is that a turf technology issue that could be playing a factor in that, or is that the stop clock? Some people were saying there's no way that every position is faster, particularly the positions where they don't train for speed.
Well, if it's the same turf in Indianapolis, then that would discount that theory. Or if it's a different turf, but it's the same grade turf, it's the same exact type of turf. So I just can't imagine that a change in turf, unless you went from some, running on gravel to something that was of track speed, that would change 40 times much the turf, as long as it's quality turf. And I would think that they've, we're here in 2022. I would think that they would have evaluated the turf surface a long, long time ago to determine this is what we want to evaluate players on. It's obviously an NFL surface. So anyway, in terms of the timing, when you made the statement, I had not heard that these players tested better across the board than at any other time. I did not hear that evaluation or that review, but I did kind of notice that while I was watching. I was thinking, wow, these guys are testing well. I would think that most of that has to do with them breaking it down to now a science on not just how to run faster and lift more and jump higher and all that, but how to do it specifically for those exercises. so that they can test as well as possible. They can optimize their testing capacity for those particular tests. But I don't know anything about there being any faulty issues with the timing systems, the clocks.
Yeah, someone, because I've been hearing some stuff online of people saying that this draft does not have the sex appeal of the other drafts, and it was just really odd that all of a sudden these amazing numbers are popping up. So a little bit in the conspiracy theory, especially like I said when they mentioned, every position was getting phenomenal numbers.
So
not just the wide receivers and the running back.
So your conspiracy theory, Emmanuel, or whomever's, would be that they artificially pumped up the numbers to get people interested in the draft?
Yeah. That's one of the arguments I heard.
Really?
That because it's a particularly dull draft, compared to the other years,
Every time I hear something like that, it seems like every time I hear something where there's some kind of review or evaluation of why people watch what they watch, it just confirms in me why I must be different than everybody else. Because that in no way influences my interest in the NFL draft.
The 40 times, yeah. I think, and that's a one thing, this year the 49ers did not go to the combine. They said, hey, we're going to use that time to watch film.
Oh, wow. That would be an interesting study for somebody to take on. Take some kind of descending scale of measurements of all the different exercises at the combine and try to compare that to how well those players turned out to be professionals. Is there any correlation to it?
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be like this big show. Obviously, it's to give, highlight the draft and highlight the players. But there's always seems to be this guy who would have been drafted, in the later rounds that had a killer combine. And now all of a sudden, this guy might go in the first round, And, well, why don't you look at his tape? You've got 4 years of tape compared to 1 day of, pretending to play the Olympics. So I don't see, is the combine a real measuring stick for teams? I gotta believe that it's just show. Or what have you, since you're around sports and this sport, is it more than is it just a show?
Well,
I've never taken it as like, whoa.
I think you bring up a good point there in that. Okay, so you're an Ohio State fan, right?
No, I'm a USC.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Arkansas.
That's right. You're our USC Arkansas guy, and they
close.
And they played. I'm sorry, Emmanuel. I think there's an Emmanuel who comments to our Ohio State show. Anyway.
Yeah, I think there's another Emmanuel. Yeah.
So, but I think you bring up a good point because they take these athletes and a week or 2 or 3 weeks later, they go on campus. These same NFL scouts follow these athletes to their campus and have them run again, catch footballs again, do all this stuff again. It's not quite as exhaustive with the testing and so forth, but they have their pro days. You wonder if there is a marketing ploy by the NFL just to stay front and center, that they have, by the time the season ends, they have, that there's about a 2.5 month gap between the end of the season and the draft. Let's put the combine in there. And then we got the draft. We got the release of our schedule. We got training camp starting. We got free agency, that they've set up mile markers to make sure that they are on the front page and at the top of the list of sports discussions in America almost all the time.
Yeah, and I think I've heard an argument as far as the draft in the past was used, and I don't know how factual this is, to really measure up players to make sure they were like as tall as they were, or their arms were as long as they say, because you'd have all these rosters where it said, oh, he's 6'5", 300 pounds. And turns out he's really 6'1", 280. And I think in the past you could have faked a lot more stats to make a player look more impressive. But I think nowadays with the exposure that we have to players, I don't know if you can get, or if that was an urban myth. Did you ever? I mean, I'm sure teams, faked how big and strong someone was. So I'm guessing that may be why the draft started.
Why the draft started?
I mean,
or the combine?
Combine.
Yeah, the combine.
The combine. Yeah.
Yeah, well, there's no question that these scouts wanted to be up close to the players rather than just evaluating. You can only evaluate so many for so long at the Senior Bowl or at it was pretty much the Blue-Gray game and the Senior Bowl were the only all-star games. I don't even know how long the NFL Combine has been going on. What, about 20 years? Something in that range?
Yeah. I think it's like an outdated practice. Just something that like we were talking about, it's outdated. It's something that it's good for promotion, It's good for, I understand what it's there for. But like I said, the Niners taking it off and going, hey, we're going to go watch film, I think says a lot.
The Combine goes all the way back to 1982.
And then, in those 40 times, that could have been also exaggerated, especially back in the day. Oh, he runs a 4.3, and how much teams love speed because the NFL is a speed game. So, they probably wanted to go up there and see, hey, this guy runs a 4.6, he doesn't run a 4.3. But like I said, if you see the tape and you see that he's guarding if it's a cornerback and he's, shutting down a wide receiver, even if he doesn't have a 4.3, I think their concern is, he's able to cover them in college, but is he gonna be able in the NFL? So I see why they would do it, but I think nowadays it's kind of an outdated practice.
I got you. Emmanuel, I appreciate the call. I'm going to get on to some of these other callers here.
Awesome, Mark. Well, thanks for taking my call.
Absolutely. Have a good night. All right. Let's keep it going here. The voice of college football. And I am doing my best to catch up in the chat and post your comments. All right. Who's next up here?
Hey, Mark, it's Tim, voice of college football and savior of the off season. That's a savior with a little s. But really appreciate you doing all this stuff and all the work you put into this. I mean, they took away our recruiting holiday by moving it forward so far, and it's a long off season, right? So when you put these things together, you get everyone. This conversation is the best I've seen since I've been listening to you, and there've been some great ones. So kudos to you for getting this thing started.
Well, thanks, Tim. Well, we've got a lot of rankings coming up. I'm going to rank every position, going to rank the coaches. So we're going to throw a lot of stuff out there for people to argue about.
All right, hang on. Now let me put on my USC Homer hat. You ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
All right. Okay, so we'll play a little game. The chat can play along if they want as well.
Okay.
But I'm going to give you some numbers of national titles, and I'll give you a hint. They're all your top 6.
Okay.
All right. And so one team has 13 national champions since 1948.
Okay.
Which one has 13? That's the easy one.
Wait a minute. 13 national championships since 1948?
Correct.
Alabama.
Right. Alabama. That's claimed.
Okay.
So, like you said, they go back and forth. 3 teams have 7.
Since 48. Why'd you pick
Oh,
out
those
1948? Any particular reason?
You'll see in them.
Okay.
You'll see them. It is arbitrary, but you'll see in a minute. That's my point.
This is just 3 anywhere, or these 3 are in, you said, in the top 5?
Oh no, your top 6.
Oh,
your top 6 from the
well,
from our list.
I'm going to guess Ohio State, Oklahoma, and who, I forget who was 6th. Not Nebraska, USC was. I guess those 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
OSU, USC, and
Oklahoma.
OU.
Okay. All right.
Now, one team in that top 6 has 5 national championships.
That would be Notre Dame.
And one team has 1 in the last 75 years.
Okay.
Who's that?
That is Hail to the Victors.
That to me is pretty glaring. You know, I mean, there's a lot of wins. You know, there's a lot of empty calories in there in my book. You know, you can. I'm not. There's been some amazing Michigan teams in the last 75 years, but there's something about pushing your team all the way to the pinnacle of football. And yes, there is a lot of arbitrary. You've gone through it. You've documented very well how some of these titles are here and there. But how do you go 75 years playing to your top 5 program in college football, and you haven't won more than 1 in 75 years?
So, Tim, you make a great point, and I'm going to accentuate your point by saying, as you well know, during this practice, I even added national championships. Anywhere where I saw where there was another team that I felt was clearly deserving and had earned it just as much as the team that was voted number 1. So, for example, in 1977, I've got 6 national champions. You know, I've got multiple national champions many of these years, most of these years. And even reviewing and going through that practice did not add any national championships to Michigan.
Yeah.
It added again, for everybody else, but not Michigan.
Yeah.
It's a good point.
I've seen some really good Michigan teams.
Sure.
But, you know, at some point you gotta take the prom queen home at some point. You know what I mean? You can't always be the bridesmaid, right? You've got to sometimes be a champion. So that was my point. You know, I'm just trying to bicker because I know USC has always been, and their problem. Like I think you saw my point in the chat. You know, Alabama. I'm not calling this Alabama because Alabama's gone this great run, but Alabama, you know, is also went on a really cold streak. They're hot and cold, kind of like USC is. And when I see like Ohio State and even, you know, Notre Dame to a huge degree, except for the 90s, you know, very consistent football for decade after decade after decade. But then you got USC who decides to go to sleep for the 90s and the past 10 years and in the 50s, just tragic, but turns it on to a huge degree in the 60s, the 70s, 80s were kind of touch and go.
Yeah.
But then, you know, the Pete Carroll years, it's hot and cold. Either we're good or we're garbage, really, is what it's been like for the past 40 years. But when we're good, we're great. And I see a Michigan team who's good very often. And again, great team, but not great. So that's my contention with me handling being knocked out of the top. I mean, I knew right away. I knew that Notre Dame was going to be in the top 5. And then when I was looking at the list and I saw when Michigan, I'm like, oh man, there goes USC. As soon as I saw Ohio State and Michigan, you know, those numbers, I said, oh, that's it. They're out.
Well, another way to underline your point, for anybody that wants to look up Bo Schembechler's career, which went from 1969 through 89, so 21 seasons, the consistency is remarkable. Like he coached there for 21 years, and they must have finished in the top 10 in the country like 16 times. Like every year they were finishing 6th, 8th, 4th, 5th, 8th, 3rd, but they couldn't win when they were set up to possibly win a national championship, they couldn't win against Ohio State or against a major opponent in the Rose Bowl. So, but they were consistently going 10-2, 11-1, 10-2, 10-1-1, 11-1. But they were never again, couldn't even make an argument that they won any national championships during that span. None.
Yeah.
And,
So, I mean,
and I'm sorry, Tim, it would.
My dad grew up a Notre Dame fan.
Yeah.
My dad grew up a Notre Dame fan, and my grandfather was a Notre Dame fan. So there's not much love for Michigan on that note. And I remember my grandpa always saying that they were the what do you call them? Champions of their own mind, like that. Because, you know, again, my grandparents were, and my dad are from Grand Rapids, Michigan. So huge, you know, a lot of Michigan, and they were Irish fans growing up, Midwest Catholics. So they got a lot, they got a lot from the neighbors. But I mean, I just, again, hearing all that, maybe they kind of programmed me, but I went and looked at my own research, and yeah, it's just a lot of empty, you know, in my opinion, a lot of, I shouldn't say empty wins, because those are wins. You know, a win's a win. And again, they've been dominant, like you just said, but just, I don't see them as a top 5 program. I just don't, you know, it's really, really heavily towards the beginning of this, you know, of the 20th century, where they were really killing it.
Sure.
You know, they almost invented the sport themselves. Okay. So anyway,
and just
sorry,
real
Michigan
quick,
fans,
Tim,
I know you get a lot of hate right now for that.
Real quick, just to, again, make your point. It would be great if I could throw all those numbers into a system and then just click a button, and it would give us any time frame. Like if we wanted to punch up since 1970, since 1960, since whenever, and it would adjust all the numbers to give us a clear indication of, okay, what's happened in the last 50 years, what's happened in the last 10 years, whatever the time frame. Yeah, we would see Michigan drop off the radar if we punched the last 40 years. Not that they would drop off the radar, but in terms of contention toward the top, they'd be 12th or something like that.
Yeah, I could see that. Well, I mean, again, I don't want to know what I think someone in the chat was talking about the last 10 years, and that would be my absolute nightmare. I think SC be in the top 30 if we're lucky. The other thing I was looking at is so you put a lot of weight towards the winning percentage. I was thinking, and I know no one has the time or the inclination to do this, but you know, wins against, I think a really better predictor of how great these teams have been might have been a winning percentage against the top 25. Now I'm gonna piss off the Notre Dame fans. You look at Brian Kelly, all right. Brian Kelly's a good coach, a ton of wins. What's his winning percentage against the top 25 at Notre Dame? Any guess?
How many games? Give me the number of games played.
I don't remember. I looked at his number a while ago. I don't know how he did towards the end of the season, if there were any top 25 teams. I know he had lost. But this is probably the mid-season. I looked it up on one of the chat boards, and I was kind of surprised. I was actually arguing
the top 25. I'm going to say
his run at Notre Dame.
He's won like 42% of his games.
You underestimate. I mean, you underestimate. He was close to 50. It's like 500. It was like, I think it was almost right on 500.
Okay.
But I mean,
500
against the top 20. Yeah, no, you're right there. Against the top 25, 500 record is good, right, for most teams. But if you're talking about greatness or top 5 or whatever, that's not that great.
No,
you know.
No, not against the top 25. If that was against the top 5 or 10, sure.
Oh yeah, well his record against the top 5, I think it was horrible. I don't think he has a win, to my knowledge. They beat that Clemson team, right? When was that? 2020?
Yeah,
can't remember. But that was without Lawrence, without their inside linebacker.
Yep.
I mean, they're missing like 4 or 5 guys from that Clemson team. That's his only top 5 win that I could find the whole time at Notre Dame.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's a lot of, you get these wins, and the wins are wins. Like you said, it's about as objective as you can get. However, people don't play the same teams. You know, it'd be great if it was if everyone played the same team or whatever. But and overall, how else do you do it? You know, a win's going to be a win. But just again, there's just a lot. If we could somehow figure out wins against top 25,
oh yeah.
I mean, I know nobody has the time for that. That would probably be a real predictor of the best team.
Sure, if I could calculate all that, I would. Yeah, that's why I say this formula is not perfect by any stretch. But yeah, that would be one thing I would want to factor in if I could.
Yeah, and then USC has like over a 700 winning percentage against the Big Ten all time. And what makes that number that doesn't sound too impressive, but what makes it impressive is how many of those are Rose Bowl games where we're not playing Indiana, we're playing the Big Ten champ, in the Rose Bowl. So I mean, there's a lot of factors. I'm happy with where USC is. I mean, again, like I said in chat, besides Alabama, who pulled away from the pack, maybe as soon as Saban's gone on his roll, you can make an argument, a fairly good argument, mashing everything together, for the other 5 teams in that top 6 to be right there with each other. It's kind of hard to figure 2 through 6. Well, no, sorry, I know who 6 is in my opinion, but I mean it's pretty close between 2 through 5, because again, Ohio State's record, I think they solidified this is probably a strong 2, but USC has winning records against all those teams except for Alabama and Notre Dame in that top group as well. So you go back and forth. But one last thing, because I think people are tired of hearing about USC. 74. Why did you decide to remove SC's 74 national championship?
Let me see. Oh, I sure did. Okay. Was Oklahoma, I don't remember exactly what happened that year.
They were undefeated.
Yeah. And SC lost or tied?
Yeah, they lost and tied. They lost.
Well, there's your answer.
Okay. But then who did Oklahoma beat that year?
Well,
we've done this with other teams. We talk about Utah. We call that same thing out with Utah. Who did Oklahoma beat that year?
Well, let's see.
Not much of anything. You know who USC beat? They beat a number 2 Ohio State team in the Rose Bowl.
Okay.
They beat a number 5 Notre Dame team that had probably the best defense. It's too young for me, but my dad told me about it. I've watched the actual game. That's the game where they came back. They were down at halftime, like 24-0 or something like that, and they won 55 or something. I can't remember exactly what it was. But there's Vader going off. And they came back to win that game, and that's about as dominant you can get. If you look at their last half of their season, yes, they lost that game early to Arkansas, I think, on the road. I mean, Oklahoma, they didn't travel anywhere, too. You know what I mean? They just sat there. USC had Notre Dame at home, but they traveled out to Arkansas for the first game of the season. They lost, and then they tied a Pac-8 team, I think, that year. But I mean, if you look at the run they put on towards the second half of that season, again, I don't know. I guess it depends on how you look at national championships. But they didn't really. Oklahoma didn't really play anyone, and that Notre Dame team that SC dominated the time before, they beat Alabama, who was number 2. So there's some quality wins down the end stretch.
Yeah. So if I'm going to go through the history of college football and take every team that had 2 slip-ups that was really good and beat up a lot of really good competition, then that's going to take into account a lot of teams. And it's one thing to discount 1 slip-up, but 2. And 1 was against Cal. They tied Cal at home, and they lost Arkansas by 15 points.
Yeah. Well, I'm just, there were a lot of voters in the UPI poll that thought USC's way, because they did get a split of that title. And I mean, I would love, again, this would be one of those mysteries. I would love to see SC play Florida in 2008. Or LSU in 2003, or Oklahoma in 1974, and you just don't get to see that. So, but that team, I mean, it's a laundry list of NFL players that are on that USC 74 team. I mean, just front to back, just full of players. And how many national champions are out there with teams that have lost 1 game and tied 1 game? I'm sure that's not the only year, But yeah, all right. I was just curious about that. That team. It's just because that game has been so so glorified USC lore that I was kind of bummed that that was not a national championship worthy team, because they were dominant. That Notre Dame defense was able to stop everybody, and SC laid 55 on them in a half. So that was a pretty amazing team. But right on, Mark. Appreciate your time again. I love this. I love this list. I wish SC was higher. But I mean, it's given all of us a lot to talk about. Appreciate everything you did for us and all the work you did.
Well, thanks a lot, Tim. I appreciate it. Thanks so much for the call.
All right.
Have a good night. And the other part of this is just what the concoction of criteria came up with. This isn't necessarily, it is my list. I take responsibility and accountability for it. It's the criteria I put together, and that's what came out. That's what resulted. But I could certainly look at this myself and put it into context. And this is what this conversation's about. I just didn't produce a video and say, there's the all-time power rankings, the all-time program rankings, I should say, and here they are. And that's the end of the story. I wanted to have the conversation with everybody so we could discuss it and put it into context. All right. 2 callers on the line. Let's make these the final 2 here at the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Yes, it's Matthew here, Mayhem Matthew in the chat.
Hello, sir. How's it going?
Yes, this is my first time calling in to your show. I found your show off of Golden Blue Dude's channel.
Nice. He's a good guy.
So, I have 2 questions, and I'm gonna make this quick because I know it's late. But so my first question is, I know we're talking about people that have national championships, and I know Georgia don't have. I'm a Georgia fan, by the way. I know they don't have as many as what we're talking about here, but I know Ohio State shares won 1942 with Georgia. Ohio State did not go to a bowl game that year, but Georgia did. Would you consider Georgia a national champion of 1942?
Well, let's see what I did here. Let me look at my list. 1942. I split the national championship between Ohio State and Georgia.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree with you on that one. And my second question is, so Golden Blue Dude came out with this silly video about Carolina possibly upsetting Georgia in the next upcoming season. What are your thoughts about that?
Who? Oh, South Carolina?
Possibly upsetting Georgia.
Yeah.
In next year's, he said he's calling it. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I got to think he's calling it based on Shane Beamer's performance, and which I thought was remarkable at the end of last season, that they were able to upset Florida, upset Auburn, win a bowl game against North Carolina with a team that's had an NFL quarterback, while they were, as you well know, shuttling 4 quarterbacks all season. Now, suddenly they go from that quarterback situation, which he was able to navigate the entire year and get through with a 7-6 record with 4 quarterbacks. None of them were really that good. And now he's got a legitimate top 10 quarterback in the country, something in that range, in Spencer Rattler. So that's a huge upgrade. I haven't really dissected the rest of the team. They picked up Rattler's tight end, Austin Stogner, from Oklahoma as well. And I actually did a bowl recap on that game and went through the personnel coming into this year, but would look at it a little bit more thoroughly later. So I got to assume that the game's in Columbia, for one thing, right?
Yeah.
Although, as you well know, South Carolina upset Georgia in Athens, 2019?
Right.
So anything can happen in a 1-game scenario. So in no way do I think South Carolina should beat Georgia, or are they nearly as good as Georgia? Have they gotten to that point? They're years away from being Georgia, if they can ever hope to be that type of recruiting program, which is doubtful. I I'm actually going to release videos at some point where I go through everybody's schedule, and I'm going to give a percentage chance, a probability of who's going to win the game. I would give South Carolina at home against Georgia. What game of the season is that?
I'm not sure. Probably the third or fourth game of the season. It's early on.
All right. I'd give Georgia or South Carolina a 5 to 8% chance of winning that game.
Yeah, because I mean, I see Kirby Smart going up, and I think before Kirby Smart leaves Georgia, he's going to at least have one more national championship, at least minimum.
You would think so, based on what he's produced at this point. Absolutely. Anything else?
I mean, I would assume more than that, but no, sir, I don't have anything else. Thank you for taking my call.
Well, call back anytime. We appreciate it. Have a good night.
Yes, sir.
All right. So yes, Falconer X. He's made me a marriage counselor now. Oh my word. I could say so much about that based on my history. Welcome into the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Lomansky, Mr. Rogers. A pleasure to talk to you.
Lomansky. Good to see you in the chat as always.
I try to be brief to respect your commitment to tonight's call-in show. It's been amazing. They say coaches or teams reflect their coaches, and I think your callers in the chat know how you handle yourself in your program, and they self-police themselves. So I want to compliment you to how people pay attention, how you handle yourself, and I think it shows up in the chat when we self-police maybe people that are out of hand. You need to know that, and hopefully I'm not repeating the question. How many man hours did you spend on putting this information together? It must have been unbelievable.
Actually, I just made it all up. No, I just thought, yeah, that sounds about right. I think that's believable. Yeah, Ohio State's got about.
I'm not gonna play poker with you.
They've got about 83 All-Americans. Sure. Yeah. That would be an interesting. That's probably what I should do to myself next time I do something like this: is guess the numbers first and see how close I am. Because I'm actually pretty good at that kind of stuff. Anyway, oh my word, I don't know how long it took me. It took me too long. And then I went through I stopped myself for a split second to say, no, I'm not going to do that. But I thought, you know what, Mark, run through them all one more, just go through them quickly, spot check yourself to go through it. Just make sure you didn't miss anything. And I'm sure I did at some point, but hopefully it involved, Kansas being 99th and not 97th or something like that. So, because there's a whole beyond this top 20, of course, I did everyone. So I could come up with a list and maybe I'll just post it somewhere that's got everybody 1 through 70.
Appreciate your work. I'll give you a question and I'll end up with this question. I think one you'll like. I heard you talk about Tom Landry, your knowledge of Tom Landry, that kind of hit home. Not that I'm a big Cowboys fan, but when Tom Landry was mistreated by Jerry Jones, I separate the Cowboys into two eras, and I just respect Tom Landry at a high level. But look forward to your coaches show coming up and what you're going to talk about. But I'd like some of what you close to your heart about coaches and your history, that you admire their stories. Mine would be briefly, and then I'll turn it over to you and shut up. Hayden Fry grew up on a farm in Texas, lost his farm financially as a young child. First guy to end up in the Marines. He was the first guy to, I think, sign a black player in the Southwest Conference, why he had to have, always through his career, had a high patrol guard on the field. His life was threatened back when he started as a head coach. He turned the Iowa program by mimicking the Steelers uniforms. And I'll end with this and turn over to you. Is one of my funniest things is related to Bo Schembechler, and we've had a lot of Michigan talk, but he liked to mess with Bo Schembechler psychologically, and he used to painted the locker rooms pink, and Bo didn't like that, so Bo would bring in and wallpaper them whenever he came to Kinnick Stadium, Iowa City, so his players didn't look at the pink. And so when Jim Harbaugh came to Michigan, he did the same thing, and Iowa beat him. And so that's why you endear those historical stories of coaches. What two coaches do you admire in college football, either your favorites or historical stories? And I'll end the call with your reflections and your great memories of one or two coaches.
Yeah, so when we talk about coaches that I admire versus coaches that I was a fan of at the time, of course, being an Ohio State fan, then and during my formative years, and I think most people agree that are somewhere in the age range that I find myself in right now, nothing replaces the coaches, the players, the memories, the games, all of that when you were first in love with that sport. It's just nothing's going to replace that. No national championship, Big Ten championship wins, no players. Like, I don't have a favorite Ohio State player. I don't know the last time I had a favorite Ohio State player. It's been decades. Like, there are certain ones that I think are better than others, but I don't know. Yeah, it's been decades since I would say I really like this Ohio State. Like, I don't have favorite players anymore. I haven't forever. But when I was 10, 12, 14 years old, Earl Bruce was not a great football coach, but he was my football coach. So he was my favorite football coach. And to this day will probably continue to always be my favorite college football coach, because that's when I fell in love with college football. I actually fell in love with it to an extent at the end of Woody Hayes' tenure, but Earl Bruce was the guy that then took over, and I had more knowledge of the game and more opportunity to understand it and all that. In terms of coaches that I admire, and again, when I say Earl Bruce being my favorite college football coach, that's strictly college. Tom Landry is, by all measurements, no question, my favorite football coach of all time. Wow, that's great. I do remember when Hayden Fry first painted the locker rooms at Kinnick Stadium. I don't think he did it personally, but had the locker rooms painted, of course, pink. And I just thought that was even, I was probably, 12, 13, 14 at that point. I thought that was interesting. And I thought it was genius, because he had done a study and read that those colors somewhat calm down people. Oh my goodness. You've kind of put me on the spot here. I don't know that I have any great stories about coaches that I admire. I admire most of them for their ability on the field. I think that if I can believe what comes out of most of their mouths, and I don't say that in a harsh way, I say that just in a factual way of understanding that there are all sorts of different levels of integrity out there, that for the ones that got into the business, and I'll take Dabo Swinney, for instance, because I think, and I've posted probably 3 or 4 videos where I was critical of Dabo Swinney, but I believe that he's good for the sport. I believe he's good for that program for sure. And that young men gravitate to him and gravitate to that program because of the culture that he's built as being a family. And so for those coaches that are able to see coaching for what it is and still maintain that they are in that position to, of course, win games, put rear ends in the seats, win championships, but that they are there as an extended father to those players, because many of those players did not have a father, do not have a father, and even the ones that do are now leaving home and still need that guidance and direction and need somebody to look up to that is going to give them, solid instruction about how to be a man, how to conduct yourself. And so anytime I hear those type of stories from coaches or them talk as being teacher, mentor, friend, father figure to athletes, and them, again, possibly sometimes stating that just because it's the right thing to state, but the ones that truly believe it and act it out on a daily basis when the cameras aren't around, that's what I think is right about coaching and the individuals that get into it, the teaching heart, the mentoring disposition.
And I thought you'd tee it up that way, and that's what I love about college football. And everybody likes to win, but I try to root for, not living on the East Coast, but hearing Dabo's story and how he treats his program. I can validate your feelings about Dabo, and I'll end with this. One of the interesting story about Hayden Fry was that he had offers to go to 3 different colleges after being he was at SMU in North Texas, and all his assistants, most of them moved with him, including Don Patterson, which you recognize that name, came to Iowa from Texas with him, amongst others. And one of the things he said was, well, we got 3 offers. He had a meeting with his assistant coaches, and this is how he treated his football teams and his staff. He got his assistant coaches that agreed to move to a new job because he couldn't get into a bowl game in North Texas. That's why he left. No matter how hard he tried, there's fewer bowl games, and they would never get invited to a bowl game no matter his record. So he said to his assistants, boys, we got these 3 colleges. One of them is Missouri. I forget the other 2. You tell me where we're going, and that's where we're going. And he left the room and let these assistant coaches dictate the rest of his career. And I can't remember the assistant coach, if it was Bill Brasher. I can't remember which one. One of his senior assistants came to him, and I said, I think we should go to Iowa City. And he said, why? How did you come to that determination? He says, well, they've lost so much in Iowa City. When they get a first down, all the people in the stands stand up and applaud. So I'll leave you with that, Mark, and respect your love of college football, and you keep doing what you're doing, because it sure makes time fly between the seasons.
Well, thank you so much for the insightful call, intriguing call, a different call, and thank you for the kind words, and we will catch up with you soon.
I'll watch your program next time. Have a good night.
You too.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Let's answer this question here. Thank you so much for the super chat, Corey, asking Mark, Notre Dame is the great name in college football history, most famous, most important, most iconic. It's Notre Dame and then everyone else. Your thoughts? So that is opinion, but it's also based on evidence. There's certainly evidence to what you say. And there was a place in college football history and a time in college football history when Notre Dame was clearly the name and the benchmark. Has that been lost through the years? Depending on your perspective. And I think that's one of the reasons why Notre Dame doesn't want to join a conference and refuses to join a conference, is that brings them into the mainstream with everyone else, and they've lost some of the uniqueness already. They've lost some of the luster. They've lost some of the luster because of the win-loss record, but also because the win-loss record is attached to people's perception, and Notre Dame certainly has not dominated the sport in the last 30 years like it did in the days of black and white and then on into the 60s and 70s. But yeah, I do think that Notre Dame's unique for its history. Its history makes it unique, but the further we get separated from that history, they are not necessarily adding to that history to keep them special in that sense. So they continue to play independent, they continue to play a national schedule, and that keeps a sense of uniqueness, and they hold on to the past, and they promote the past as a way to tell us all how unique they are. All of Notre Dame's unique qualities are tied to the past, and they keep reminding us of that. And I would as well if I were them, because that's their unique quality, the past. All right, we got 2 more calls. I think we had 2 more calls like 4 calls ago, but we'll take these calls right here at the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Hi, this is Edward.
Yeah, what's going on tonight?
So on September 3rd, we have Utah and Florida.
Yep.
Then this is going to be Utah at Florida. So that's going to be a great opener. And we have Oregon at Georgia. So also on September 3rd. So we've got some fantastic opening college football explosive games. Which one do you think is going to be the best?
Well, I think the Georgia-Oregon game from a national perspective is more important because Notre Dame, I've got Notre Dame on the brain after reading all this Notre Dame stuff and looking at it right now. Anyway, I'm sorry. Georgia, of course, is the defending champion, and I expect them to be in the mix this coming season. Oregon, until USC shows that they can place a little defense and improve themselves, Oregon's the best team outside of Utah in the Pac-12. And by beating Georgia or even competing well with Georgia, let's say Georgia turns out to be a top 5 team again, and let's say Oregon stays within 30-27. And even if they lose that game, that is going to legitimize Oregon, and Georgia still notches a top 10 to 15 win in the country. So I think that game's more important. But if you're going to ask me which game I would rather watch, it's Utah and Florida, because that game's going to tell me more about those two teams. I think it's going to be a more competitive game. I would not be surprised if Georgia lays it on Oregon pretty heavily, while that Utah-Florida game to me is very intriguing.
Well, let's say that Utah beats Florida. Do they finally get the respect they deserve? I mean, because they've beaten some tough teams.
Yeah, so when you say Utah's beaten some tough teams, when are you exactly pointing to those wins?
Well, last year didn't they beat Oregon? Didn't they beat?
They beat Oregon twice. Yep.
Yeah. So they deserve a little bit of respect.
Well, sure. I respect Utah. I am going to release some coaches' rankings here pretty soon, and I get their coach a whole lot of respect. Yeah, I think they've got a very tough, hard-nosed, disciplined, fundamental team. I give them a lot of respect. It's been a while since they beat anybody good outside the conference.
Well, that's why I'm looking forward to September 3rd, because if they beat Florida, then they would finally be like on the map, you know.
Oh, yeah, they're going to get a lot of attention for winning that game. But in terms of respect and that benefiting them down the line later in the season, it's going to depend on what Florida does. If Florida goes 9-3 in the SEC and they're a strong team, then that's going to continue to serve Utah well and be factored into their college football playoff ranking. But if Florida finishes 6-6, well, it's a nice win on paper. It looks good. It's against a big program, but
yeah. I mean, you speak the obvious, but yeah, I agree. You know, but Florida has to be, a contender because. So I'm so excited about September 3rd. Let me see. The Oregon Ducks at Georgia. That's going to be the game, man. I'm so looking forward to September 3rd. I'm sorry, I'm just kind of bored. It's like I've got nothing to do with it. I'm just waiting. And I'm looking forward to this Oregon at Georgia. So let's talk about that game for a little bit. Who wins? I'm kind of thinking that Georgia might win. I don't know, but I don't know. Oregon's tough.
Yeah, well, if those two teams played today, I'm taking Georgia to win that game by 20 points.
Wow. Even after Georgia's lost they've lost that entire
they've lost a ton.
7 is gone.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Georgia's lost the entire front 7. It's all gone. That they're all in an NFL or what do they call it? They're pro. I mean, they're out of there. They're gone. So Georgia's lost a lot of talent, and then they're talking about bringing Stinson. Man, I don't know. I give Oregon a chance. I think Oregon has a chance.
Oh, I think they've got a chance. But I'm going to look into that game certainly a lot deeper and more thoroughly as we get close to it. But as we sit here right now, I'm looking at a 31-14 game.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, damn. Okay. We'll see. That's funny. Oh, man, you're funny. No, come on, dude. All right. Well,
we are talking about the Oregon team that lost its best player, lost its coach, lost a lot of its running game and wide receivers. They bring in Bo Nix.
Yeah, but
decent quarterback, good quarterback.
It's Oregon, though. They are a sponsor. They are a heavy team, though. They are a player. They are a contender. And Georgia has lost a lot of talent.
Absolutely, they have. They lost a lot of talent the year before that, too.
Yeah. So, but I think that you're putting Oregon down too much.
Am I?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. But just,
You're the one who just brought up that Utah completely curb stomped them twice last year. They were not that good of a football team by season's end.
No. Utah's badass. I mean, Utah is bad. I mean, they are a really good team. They are underweighted, and okay, I'll back off on that. But I think that Oregon might have a chance to play against Georgia. But anyways,
I think they have a chance. I think it's worth watching. I think you can have a 31-14 game that's a decent game for most of the game. I'm a big believer in that Georgia talent, and they're playing in their own backyard.
Yeah, good point. Yeah. All right, I really appreciate you calling me, taking my call.
Well, I appreciate the call. Call back anytime.
Yeah, I'm just laughing about what you said earlier.
What, my score prediction?
But I think Oregon has a chance. I mean,
Sure, they've got a chance. Absolutely. There's all sorts of teams that play every week that have a chance to win that lose by 17 points. It's not uncommon.
Hey, September 3rd, we'll find out. We'll find out.
Yes, we will. All right, man. Well, I appreciate the call. Have a good night. Yeah, I'm going to have to see. And again, it's the first game of the season, so Yeah, I have a lot more faith in Georgia football right now than I do Oregon. And I like Dan Lanning. I think they've got a good team. A lot of defensive talent comes back. They've got a better quarterback. The offensive line's really good. Yeah, it's going to be a game worth watching. But yeah. All right, welcome into the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
Hey, Mark, how's it going? Six Point Ben and Sam.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, not too much. I wasn't even getting into the last caller, though. Brought up a good point. You know, me, Eric, and apparently Mikey here. Of course, we're all optimistic about this season's opener for the quote-unquote neutral site. Not neutral. Let's get real here. But I agree. You know, as long as we keep it close in the game, I think we'd be pretty satisfied. It's a road game, so.
I'm now going to get inundated by Oregon callers, I guess.
Hey, I wasn't expecting that. Actually, that wasn't what I was talking about. I was kind of in and out on this call. And so I just wanted to bring up a real quick topic of about the national championships. What was your opinion on the 2001-2002 season, like national championships? Because I know it was Miami that year. Was there a national championship on your list? I was kind of in and out of the call again. So
no, that was all Miami.
That was all Miami.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Because I think that was the year that most people would say probably Oregon was probably Oregon's best year. That maybe they got screwed.
Well, they got
competing with Colorado.
Well, see, I'm right there with everybody else. They got screwed out of having a chance to play in the national championship game at the Rose Bowl. But Oregon lost that season. Miami did not lose.
Okay, no, that is a fair point. That's where I was kind of in and out of the call. I had some other calls I had to take, so I kind of had to be part of the show.
Yeah, Oregon lost to an unranked Stanford team.
Stanford is always in our sides. Well, I was going to keep this really quick and brief, Mark, because I just realized too. I was like, man, it's been a long freaking time tonight. I just wanted to really bring out the point. This Falconer X is continuing to push the point of you need to make videos. Does turf really affect the outcomes of all the games?
Okay. You're a little muffled at this point. What was that again?
Oh, it's probably my signal. This place sucks sometimes. Falconer X is really pushing the point that you need to make a video about turf. Does it affect the game?
Yeah, and if I had Falconer X's wit, I would make a really good video. I got to start using a little sarcasm in some of these videos, and because Falconer X was amused one night because there was a caller who was all up in arms about a certain game in 1990 that we should actually count the other way because the turf lost the game for Colorado, and Falconer X
was it the turf or the turf monster?
He's been on that ever since, and he's come up with some great lines.
Yeah, he's been on it tonight, so I told him I would make sure that I brought it up to the point. So definitely need to start looking into this.
Well,
but
I'm gonna wait.
You've been on here a long time.
I'm gonna wait till it gets a little warmer out, and then we'll take the camera crew out to a local high school field, and we'll look at the turf, and maybe I'll run some routes and demonstrate how the turf can decide a football game and how we need to adjust all the results and rankings throughout college football history.
So are you going to also wait to grow real grass against the?
Yeah, we'll have to do that as well.
Too.
Maybe I'll go out during a monsoon or something. And
there you go.
All right, man. Well, thanks for the call.
Well,
I
you've been on a
appreciate
long
it.
time, Mark, so.
I certainly
All right,
have.
you have a good night.
I appreciate it. Have a good one. 2 more calls. I said 2 more calls about 9 calls ago, but we're going to take these 2 calls. Welcome into the Voice of College Football. Who's on the line?
What are you doing, like hour 4, Mark? This is incredible. I told you I wasn't going to call you tonight, but I get an alert on my phone that you're live.
Well, I got to say this. We're at 3:44, so we're pushing 4 hours, and we did an hour of Nebraska before this and an hour of Iowa before this. So tack on 2+ hours to this. We're working on like 6 hours.
Well, yeah, I appreciate that, Mark. Do you know who this is? You recognize my voice now?
I apologize. I don't.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I do
You're gonna
now.
have to
Okay. That's all you had to say. Well, I'm pretty punch drunk at this point.
You're going to have to get, I got more time on my hands with my recovery, so I'm home more. You're going to have to get used to me calling in now and there. So,
well, the difference between the difference between your phone voice and your broadcasting voice with the mic is you lose all that big bass, and I just don't recognize you.
That's what they called me back in high school, big bass. But no, let me just say this. I just have a couple of questions for you, Mark, that I am curious from a college football standpoint. We didn't talk about on the show, and I know you're trying to get to bed, so I won't keep you. But I can only hope that the last caller, because you have one caller on hold, correct?
Yes.
I can only hope that one's George. But let me just say this. I do have a question. I read an article after we talked. I read an article from the Cedar Rapids Gazette that was on Spencer Petras and the Iowa quarterback situation. And I don't want to make this about Iowa specifically because we talked about Iowa earlier, but I'm curious from maybe people in the chat, people who are fans of other teams, college football everywhere. Spencer Petras made a comment today to the media about his fundamentals. And he basically, I'm going to quote this from this article from the Cedar Rapids Gazette. He said, "When my fundamentals are correct, I don't miss. My balls go where they're supposed to every time," which seems kind of like a pretty generic statement. But I'm just curious, like, from a fundamental standpoint, he goes out east to train with that Tony Rasiopi. And, like, even this article brings up the fact that Rasiopi worked with Kenny Pickett and made Kenny Pickett into the guy he was. I'm curious if, first of all, if there's any Pitt fans on here, because I haven't done enough digging to really know, does Kenny Pickett, does he verbalize, does he give credit to Tony Rasiopi? Does he give credit to Mark Whipple? Does he give credit to, I'm sure he doesn't give credit to Narduzzi, but who does he give credit to? Because I have never heard anybody talk about this Rasiopi guy as much as Spencer Petras does. So, Mark, Kenny Pickett was a pretty high-profile name this past year. Have you ever heard anybody else talk about him?
I have not. I don't recall necessarily Kenny Pickett. And shoot, he's been a starting quarterback there since 2017, a long time. Yeah, I can't claim to be an exhaustive resource when it comes to Kenny Pickett interview clips. So I don't know of any recognition that's been given in that direction.
And you don't have a Pittsburgh channel, do you?
I do not. Please don't suggest one.
We got to change. What's that?
I said, please don't suggest one.
Well, I just wish I had some. Maybe that's a good idea for my show, Mark. Get somebody on there from Pittsburgh that can discuss Tony Rasiopi's impact on Kenny Pickett, because and I know this is probably nobody else knows what I'm talking about, but I just find it interesting that Petras would make that statement when he threw for 58%, I think, or at the best last year, 58% completion, and he's basically blaming his fundamentals on his bad performance, and yet he's paying a guy out east to work with him privately. Isn't that an indictment on the guy that worked with you all of last offseason? If your fundamentals were so bad you couldn't hit 60% through the year?
Well, sure it is. And I would also think it would be somewhat confusing or counterproductive to work with a coach during the season, which also extends to spring practice, August camp, winter workouts, and then go run to another instructor who, regardless of their philosophies, there has to be differences in how they're teaching and instructing fundamentals. So what does he default to?
It's a very odd dynamic, and we keep talking about Kirk Ferentz's words last week, and I'm not ripping Kirk for saying this, but people can take it how they will. You know, Kirk Ferentz saying it just makes sense. It's the logical move to make your play caller the quarterback's coach. Is it the logical move to make an offensive line coach your quarterback's coach while also shipping out your quarterback to a private guy out east and then hiring a former offensive coordinator for $0 salary to seemingly basically do the job that your son should be doing? I'm venting on this, Mark, because it's like 11:30 here in central Iowa, but it was what was on my mind. So I just thought maybe people in the chat had an idea. I'm watching you on the TV, so I can't see the people in the chat, but I'm curious on if anybody has any insight on if other quarterbacks across the country are, I mean, I know everybody has private trainers, but if this situation is unique to Iowa or if it's pretty much commonplace.
No, because of the discussion that we've had most of this night, we have comments coming through most of this, we're working on 4 hours, similar to this one, comparing the 1973 Alabama Notre Dame Orange Bowl game to the 1966 Michigan State Notre Dame game to the 1971 Oklahoma Nebraska game. Those are the typical comments we've received tonight because that's what we've been addressing as college football history. So I don't know, based on the chat, that anyone's really invested in the quarterback situation at Iowa or the Kenny Pickett angle.
And I see in the chat that Porter says I need to get a hobby.
I missed that. Okay.
I'm on. You know what? I'm on some pretty heavy medication, Mark. So being able to give you a call and talk about Iowa quarterbacks, boy, it's just a dream come true. So, anyways, all right. Appreciate it, Mark. I'll hand the phone line over to George, and we'll talk to you soon.
Well, we shall see who is awaiting. Thanks, Corey. You take care. Take that medication on time, and get plenty of rest.
Amen, brother. Next Iowa quarterback right here.
That's it. All right, Corey. Thanks so much. Corey Bratta from the Hawkeye of the Storm. You got to get on over there. Check out his work, Iowa basketball and football. All right. I want to acknowledge this comment. It was funny because somebody contacted or somebody just threw it out there that they were like, is this a weekly show? And then John chimes in and responds to basically just say, yeah, we just, Mark throws out a show. There's really no schedule. Mark just throws out a show and we subscribe and we check our subscriptions and boom, we show up. John, thank you for that response. All right. Last call of the night. Let's make it a good one here at the Voice of College Football.
Hey, Mark, thanks for staying on so late, first off.
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. So I had a question for you. You know, I've been reading a lot. I'm a Notre Dame fan, and I've been reading a lot that Ohio State's going to beat Notre Dame and beat them pretty bad. But
yeah,
let's just be hypothetical here and say, let's just say Notre Dame beats Ohio State, opening weekend. Give me your thoughts on what that means for Ohio State going forward for the rest of the season. And what do you think that means for Notre Dame going forward for the rest of the season if that Notre Dame was to beat Ohio State? Very close game.
Well, the game's in Columbus. And so for Notre Dame to go into Columbus and beat Ohio State in a much different situation than what Oregon pulled off last year. For as impressive as that was, of course, CJ Stroud he's not the same CJ Stroud. He's a much more polished, confident player than he was in week 2, game 2, against a really good Oregon defense. And Ohio State fans are expecting Jim Knowles to do wonders. I think they need to, some of them, pump the brakes on their expectations. I expect him to do an excellent job. And by bringing in the top 2 arguably rated linebackers / safeties in the country, because Sonny Styles may play safety, may play linebacker, I think he's got something to work with there, where I made the point the other day that I think that if one of those guys flashes and I know it's a lot to expect of a true freshman, but the odds are 2 5-stars, maybe one of them hits and really makes an impact on this defense, because they have sorely needed a linebacking playmaker for a long time. I'm kind of digressing. So Notre Dame, that's on paper one of the 2 big games of the season. So if they can take down in Marcus Freeman's first game with a new starting quarterback, of course, both Pine and Buckner have experience in playing meaningful minutes against meaningful teams, but to take on the entire offense on the road against what's supposed to be one of the 3 best teams in the country, that would be just an enormous lift to Notre Dame. For Ohio State, I think some of it has to do with the manner in which they would lose. I think if the defense gets shredded again, then that's going to be deflating. This is a game that Notre Dame sees as, and I'm not talking about the team itself or the coaching staff itself, but the Notre Dame community, the fan base, seems to see as more of an opportunity and icing on the cake, and let's go compete and play a really close game. But we can win it. As Ohio State fans, they see this season as make or break, boom or bust, national championship or bust. We have to win every game. So the pressure's more on Ohio State. And so I see it more as a big boost to the Notre Dame season, and Ohio State just chalking that up as a meaningful win. But hey, we took care of business. Let's move on to the next one, where it could really make Notre Dame's season.
I appreciate you taking my call. Game is in 158 days, so we'll see what happens.
Well, thanks so much for the call tonight. We appreciate you wrapping up our show in style, and call back anytime. Have a good night. All right. 3 hours, 58 minutes. 3 hours, 58 minutes after 2 1-hour shows. So here we are. Thank you so much for taking part in our all-time program ranking special right here at the Voice of College Football. We'll be back tomorrow with, guess what, 5 live streams. Oklahoma at 12:30, Ohio State at 1:30, Michigan at 5:30, Florida State at 6, Miami at 7. How do I do the Michigan live stream at 5:30 and the Florida State at 6? Well, just tune in and you'll find out. Right here at the Voice of College Football. Please subscribe, hit that bell for the notifications to know when we go live, and we will see you next time, which is Oklahoma, 12:30 Eastern, 11:30 Central. Thanks so much for being here.